Well, Bushavo, good evening. We are live on air on 101.7 FM, your partner radio stations. So, good evening, Akwaba, Emma, your ship house, Ewo, Abeka Junction. You're very Vimlady, if you're very interesting issue because and then we'll do a critique into your MPP near Biwasum. No harm intended. The job is that it will be at the manifesto bar. What we'll do is do a critical analysis into a critique. Yeah, criticize them okay, but yeah, critique. Now a comparison. Part of my manifesto now, a youth centered no, will compare it to NDC youth manifesto because NDC or general manifesto no munyan family. And when people talk about identity, I compare two parties. These are the two major political parties are on my big Ghana. So out of the about 30 years now, yeah, the Fourth Republic Constitution from 1992 no. NDC and NPP and on my baby so. Most of Ghana for since 92, more party for me and so we have really nothing to compare but the two of you. Yeah, to me compare NDC and NPP to CPP because I check 10 million of the total voter population. Last election I told you we had about 17.5 million registered voters. Out of this number now, 10 million of total registered voters in a month here between 18 years and 34. Some months here when NDC and NPP no more. So you compare Usumpo will compare these two political parties. They have record. I say Oma be manage Ghana your taxes. Oma manage Ghana resources. But let's narrow in on Dr. Baumiamo. NPP just said it was a show of incumbency. Omo manifesto no omo launch you know. It was a show of incumbency. So congratulations to MPP. This is all part of the democratic process. Now Ghana, you can say, you can't say, papa no pushy President Rawlings say PNDC MP. All for Ghana come back to multi-party democracy. And this is what we bargained for. And the party if any party is part of the democratic process, or yeah, born join here. We look at Dr. Baumia promises obey e-levy a few, or promises Obama tax holiday, or promising other things. I think that Osha manifesto ni mu padia. You can see Dr. Baumia again to say you're then a vision by okay time Dr. Baumia call on chain a vision oh yeah flat rate and the proposal and say obey a flat rate for port duties near day good governance. He brought his vision and all that. It was clear, said Dr. Baumia, person distinguishing from Omampeni and Adonai governance. And Obianim said MPP never like any other party, there are divisions and there are factions. Okay, but any MPP cry, this cry, there are divisions, and I'm saying, we are comparing, so nobody should send a message. Oh, we're not politics. No, what do you do? I don't send a message and come insult anybody. A comparison. These are the two major political parties. And all parties, factions. Now, CPP cry and Kroma party cry factions. So there are factions in the party. Which means that Dr. Baumia is pushing so hard to show, say, Esnome and I'm soon another. But we are there. That relationship, it will be very difficult for a friend said Dr. Baumia to, like distinguish himself. But this is the major question we are asking. Is this a manifesto of hope? And I said, yes, you don't get a concept manifesto. It's up to you. It does not lie in a say don't get and their politics no ye. You can say don't get any say John. And two could say don't get politics a cheap. Now Chroma, you are wasting your time because their politics only say John won't wait to money on. But we want to say the only your best of friends. And I saw NDC and NPP van pick up some of the speakers near the some of the campaign. NDC the end of the year NPP do much of campaign. Look, would the NDC near NPP now you are wasting your time. Who could you be at them? You are equally wasting your time. To me say one can say critical analysis because these elections no. And your promises overload. Obia who said I will credit NPP for that because ever since NPP for I think that is 2012. Omokofa free SHS one semba they all elections afterwards, at least campaigns now afterwards, have been heavily dominated by promises. First, Nanka campaigns if you look at election campaign in here as journalists, cover elections, baby. No, it was heavily dominated by way Tomaway, now the attempt. But since 2012, all the campaigns have been heavily dominated by promises, ideas, innovation, no matter how feasible or otherwise it is. Because some of the ideas, any promise, we don't know whether any feasible. But the fact that politicians are even forcing themselves to be innovative. In fact, to be fair, in 2012, to be fair, President Kufuor, as far back as 2000 elections, President Kufuor by a very innovative program of EFS and NHIS. This is innovative. And I don't know because NHIS and NDC. This issue came up under NHIS time. So NDC, pilot. Look, we all know the record is straightforward. It's not contested. You cannot. It is President Kufuor who did free SHS. Maybe unless I was dead at the time, and I said, but me a journalist, I'm reporting it. NHIS was President Kufuor. Maternal health, President Kufuor. To be fair, from 2000, by 2000, it was not really a major issue. Ghana voters, but from 2012, you can see that the Ghanaian voters are aware of the promises. In fact, they are the ones who are instigating, motivating, influencing the ideas. And now, this is thinking, bringing new ideas, NPP thinking, even NPP for you can see they are improving on the ideas. Me say, we are Ghana voter. This is the time you must be happy. You must pat yourself on the back. That is why I say young Ghana voters, you're politicians and also because who push politicians, it really improves on their performance. And then people for fire, throughout this manifesto launch, you can hear one thing. Canadian Japan campaign platform be we are the people have forced them to say that. Okay, can I fix the country by Most government officials in the first week were in denial. And I want you to go and look at Abroche. Now the language has changed. We are full government to admit the massacre. And admission, they have been forced to bring new ideas. How you deal with it? So, Mr. We are Ghanaian here. This is a very good time to be alive, to thank your God, to thank yourself that you are not a sycophant. Even Baomia, who did this issue on pocket size, Nerani made Dr. Matthew Poku Pempe, even the person, it is forcing him to go the extra mile to prove to everybody that yes, I am here. And that is a good thing. Because not only are you giving us, it is going to be a key part of the social contract. No, you're not signing the process. That is if we vote for you. To show, say, there is no way he cannot even afford because and they were so trained more first, until they will not even dare. We should thank ourselves. It is because of our pressure. Our pressure, NPP, NDC, general pressure on the government of the day. Only a day taxes, man. And don't have force you or more. Look at the things about me. And now, the manifesto, no, see, or more by one of the things I disagree, 11, look, you must be bold to have the balls to take bold decisions, no matter how unpopular. So when you are buying that, you are fixated on only taking populist decisions. But at least for now, it's almost become the status quo. Let it be. What you must do is that you must make it visible, profusely manifest the Saudi Juma. Yadi coin, yadi say. Mokoji Bosia Modia Sino Hydro Modia Pokwase, Modi Tamale interchange. Is that the near who said Tamale interchange or maybe be all? If you use the money for what it is worth, I don't think any Ghanaian will complain. The whole issue and the Fourth Republic, at least the whole issue and the Fourth Republic, say a politician, more taxes now, you would your money. More taxes now, you now, 11 now the Korea motorway 6 lanes are one of the castle on pay. Into this issue of ye I disagree completely. But this is about me, I promise. Me see, I then critique. Is it a manifesto? A one need that. So because NPC do almost use manifesto by it's not. I mean, criticize and say, this year free SHS, but you have criticized free SHS for 8 years. I think they will be free first year level 100. I mean, I know the obedience free SHS. You convince everybody say to Kenny. In fact, Ghana economy nuclear collapse because of free SHS. Then you do a 360 turn around, and then you come and tell us, oh yes, level 100 free tuition. Are you serious? Yeah, are you serious? Look at the what I say, I know there's no amount of insult to change that. You know, you cannot criticize free SHS because you see every day they are politicians, you did taxes near the Akotia S Grasha. That you're gonna probably before imagining Kusiso. You did taxes near the Akotia S Grasha. So for once, see, I did tax, and in any case, free SHS is just 3.5% of GDP. Free SHS is just 3.5%. Conscious CD dollar exchange rate. And even how much it is adding to Ghana public debt. And look at the GDP. Free SHS cry points. But education is such a key issue, sir. At least every the next 10 years, no. Not the average collect be our secondary school be our own. Do you know the value of that? But man criticizing free SHS. I feel the only way I also call it free level 100. But I know the Ebenya Sika di Akotia. Ebenya Sika di Akotia. So I support free level 100. But once I'm going to buy any say free, we cannot do free. Yeah, need basis. How are you saying that? Ghana, why not even get fund the Sika format? Get fund. Get fund. Sika format get fund listening by one politicians, ministers, and pennyfuckers here. It's Ghana who need basis and need basis applier. Ghana for a 32 million in Abacata, Papa Niska, into any free SHS nibi. So that criticism of free SHS is completely baseless. And that is the reason why I hear Busa this question say, and I've seen last minute 2020 election NDC free SHS to Kayani the by who said, Uko village is now free SHS, we are against MWOW. Accra is not Ghana. So if you sit in Accra, now you campaign kwa Accra Massa, why you mistake? Accra is not Ghana. Accra is only a fraction of the voter population. In Accra, now we are guys say Accra because NPP they know they are losing Accra. They will lose Accra. They lost Accra in 2020. They will lose Accra again. They lost and they will lose Accra. So Accra need any indication of the total population. Oh here, a won't crash here no. Free SHS no kwano boa obi. We see me ba. Boche no boche. Ne classmates. Free SHS na Accra no ba boche. Chop money crowd obedi chop us crony bi. And the member no go school. Ne chop us money and no na share. And say nya ho de man no bi because nya free SHS bank Accra no boche school go be dey do ho. Because Accra say okoya wala so ni maame na oni maame so akodo obi afuom no manya kaka na om de aba. Me say education, no matter the criticism, no matter the backlash, I will forever support free SHS, which is why I like what NDC is doing. But it is a legitimate question. Say, who see any sika e free SHS? Then you sky level 100. But I support it as long as everyone the citizenry. As long as because you can way I'm level 100 for no matter what happened, young farm Ghana for school for a could do to mobile 10%. Ghana be better youth employment more do be the shame. We are politicians that has been the under the public way. Apart from Rollins Abreso, we are body say you're a pepper, any one quality grain scandal. Sure, the foresight you almost said they have been corrupt. International Finance Corporation. Ed Bisicano, almost the Bediamo. Omakojiscano abrochire so mu di beduam ye hu ye underrun o madiscano ye the case because shra the CM for am court Rollins so am am prosecute obi a mu nyina kodi banku ofie they all went home to chop banku I went to president for time what say okay abante we prefer say oxygen cars asem Atlas Park, because maybe I made it a minimum. Your park be or a yard be or one. Yahana, a cat now. Uncle Amun to me, your money container, the moral yard. A pro Atlas near the Wakaku. Former National Youth Organizer of NPP, a friend said, oh, very feeding. Scandal NPP headquarters. I said, how they say, could you audio bar say, NPP there, I buy mu there, that's what the almost 10%. I don't say, couldn't kindly. The audio was how they say, voice. It's an afford to public there. The Canadian post school forward back on comforting me anything that promises to give money to the ordinary voters from your support. But you bet me the IPP for fraud to say the can say motorway for as long as I can remember. President Mahama promises to obey the 6-lane one yet. President Kufuor promising a motorway renovation. I just go motorway not that death trap. Me a classmates, medical student, a kuno. The motorway has become a death to a young Kwan and Kupon yet. Motorway no has not killed us and a wood was a mado. My motorway so everything we are dead. And when issues of national interest are there that wow money back. Too much politics. But when they are legitimate questions too, to say the BBC for Busa, President Kufuor at the time, I know your candidate, there were legitimate questions. Say Busa no. While I'm funny say your enemies and your penasem and your person criticizing and not funny say these are critical questions. Say Busa so that free HHS can be good. Free HHS can be executed, can be implemented without and now with very little flaws. And free HHS and they have double track, green track, yellow track near the end. Because there were legitimate questions. They didn't call BBC. You could say, "Yabusana Uganda or another affair." Or call BBC. You could say, "I enough in no caboso." How much would free SHS cost? Where is the source of revenue? How is the money going to be dispersed? What is going to be covered under free SHS? 2 years of implementation of free SHS. Not confusion about. Obviously, a uniform can a diane can or dues in can. And Pagua trouble. And how is it even going to affect the quality of teaching? Because teachers are only extra classes. Extra classes, my teachers did you. And two blocking extra classes now, so who's affect tuition. You know, if I say back, so free SHS double track and one money, no way. Any time need different one, you're the best in America. So, Cotton America, near you, my wife. Caught Nako school or no, caught to a high school. So, there are critical questions. But so many blatant condemnation of free SHS there. Nah, and yet, and still questions the Ebusa Baunia. Men find yes, there are people who are desperate for vote. Into more than my promise. That's why the dog, the bastion, because the percent of church in your memo. What is the manifesto about? But let me play this video of you so that you understand where Baumia is coming from. And I like what they are doing with Napo. At least over the last 2 weeks, I think Napo improved Kakra. So what the man credit brown bread. Yeah, bomb and we are you see, and they are criticizing politicians. We are gonna for generally criticizing politicians. We are thinking yes or more penalty. They are doing a critique, say Nipa no betting improve it. You see, and Naposo improve it for his own good. It's for his own good. Because as a young man, I will promise we when him no who improve it about. You are criticizing Professor Jena no for quite much and this for the national them. And Amelia on see for men and look at what they are doing. They are pushing the woman market near because still there is an 8% gap between NDC and NPP in her home region, central region. And one question to NPP, I don't know why Muchusu Takrade, because as far as I can remember, from 1996, Takrade is an NPP stronghold and it will remain same unless something changes. Probably an NPP stronghold. It's why Takrade, I wanted to understand. Because when I want to look at the margin, NPP last election, no, 61,000 something. NDC now, 62,000 NDC for 30,000. There's a big gap between NDC and NPP in Takrade. But you see, I don't think that NDC even wants to win Takrade because they know that Takrade they know more. But what NDC is targeting at doing is just increasing their votes in areas that are traditionally not their areas. Especially the Umbenya Ashanti region, it will take them closer to 50% of the total vote plus one. Don't forget, last election 2020, no, with that before you check and you change, you know, NDC for an increase of a vote of 2.5%. This is dangerous to NPP. And that is why I hear Baumia strategy this election and any break, you can tell. And I like what Baumia has done, or the campaign not to form. And he has forced NBC campaign to do what? Also, they have to form. I like what Baumia is doing. The only issue that I have, Baumia campaign, see now, NBC are using the issue of Muslim because see, Baumia to me we need Muslim voters. And what the Baumia about Muslims, you know, and religion plays a key role in Africa. Hey, America, Trump. Religion is key. Christopher no do one Trump side. The conservative Christians are all with Trump. They like the Republicans because some liberal woke culture be on Mamuja. Everything goes. Everything goes. No. Christopher no mere conservative. Don't persuade they are with Trump. In Africa, religion is a key. So the issue that NBC are trying to use this week against NBC is Samira. They are targeting Samira. And they have brought pictures of Samira in 2017. Inauguration of Baumia. Now I say fascinator. And now we have campaign and Samira must be very careful about that image. Very careful. Because it is not that like propaganda and NBC here. This is true. Samira from campaign time in 2012, in fact, 2012, 2016, campaign time, they are Samira Guba Bayafi. Samira, you have to be careful. This is the truth of the matter. You have to be careful. When that perception sinks in to the conservative Islam for now, because so far, Baumia has done well with Nkremofono. But what we says because people can show pictures of Samira throughout 8 years. You have to be careful. If the brand now person portray is liberal Islam, and it's accepted in Islam culture because it's accepted. But a true campaign, now you have to be very careful. So consistent, you're consistent. Now who could be a candidate? So you must be extra careful about that image. So who could we now be a fascinator? You have to be very careful. Image is everything in politics. You see, America, image is everything. Now you starting politics. Careful. So we are looking at a campaign. Is it a campaign? Is it a manifesto that has hope, that is offering solution? Because Baomiani NPP said this is a solution-driven manifesto. That is how they are marketing it. This is the manifesto that a solution. And they are saying that they are riding on the history of Omabai. Any party is NPP brings solution. And they trace their background from the way all the way to 2000, President Kufuor buy or the maternal health or the health insurance or the EFS school feeding or the road network or the way and President Kufuor and they continue. That is how they are branding themselves. What I say, and that is why Baumia is saying, "I mean, the way back. I will continue from when another was left off. The mistakes, I will correct it, and I will solve the problems of Ghana." Into a concept manifesto, and I say a solution-driven manifesto. When I be decided forget and this NPP penny for no. You are my Juma. So what this NPP penny be no but now or defend there. That is their job to defend their party. By force or no by they don't have to. They need you no. With the honest of that fire and selling the baby. No, or marketing a party. But what do you think? Is it a concept manifesto? And now say a manifesto, a hope, a mamifa, a Dr. Baumia Samokaino. And this is what I said about Napo. I think that
We are system on a clean slate. My government will provide a tax amnesty, that is a complete exemption from the payment of taxes and the waiving of associated interest and penalties up to a certain year to individuals and businesses for failures to file taxes in previous years, so that everyone will start afresh on a clean slate. In return, my government will expect the beneficiaries of this most significant gesture and such savings to be directly used in creating jobs. Our ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to move Ghana to a lower tax regime with broader coverage to stimulate greater economic activity and generate more revenue to the state. For this to succeed, tax digitalization will be implemented across all aspects of the tax administration. Everyone will be required to file tax, a very simple tax return, electronically through their mobile phone or a computer. There will be no manual or paper filing of taxes anymore. Faceless assessments will provide transparency and accountability. There will be no need under this new tax regime. There will be no need for GRA to send officers to sit in shops, to close shops. E-invoicing, as being implemented by GRA, will also be extended.
So that is Bawumia right there. What you see, watch some of the, and you can see, like I'm saying, Bawumia is trying to brand himself as somebody completely different from Nanado. Critical point, who said he's trying to distinguish himself. E-levy issue, no. E-levy also critical. Say at the time NPP for bank of Suma Manugu Kenoforiata Sokrana, and apparently within cabinet level, Bawumia opposed it, but still, the E-levy by. And this is what Bawumia is trying to do. Say, me back E-levy me here for, and I disagree with that. When Nabama is working and bringing some form of revenue, strengthen the money in a year and use the revenue for something positive. What is a motorway? So what the E-levy needs to be a 6-lane motorway. Nobody will complain. But Sikani Yehudieko, Tina de be complaining. So that is the onus. I disagree with Bawumia completely. Say, E-levy. And look at the counter. I don't think this is a counter there. The Mahama says something against NPP for just like the
attention of the Electoral Commission. In July, they asked parties to bring their hard drives so that they could give us a copy of the provisional voters register. The exhibition of the register starts in 4 days. We should have received registers by now so that we can help our members to check if their names are there.
This is another issue. Mahama video for being an person, but this one he's talking about voters register. We'll come back to that issue too, because him say party no nuances about voter register between NDC and NPP. No, we are aware of what goes on in the party. But Mesaka, Dr. Ezekiel Ejekumo being a member of the NPP communications, they say NPP they are doing only NDC board. I think they are doing the same thing. How NDC managed to just plug Obi to say Shamima Muslim to join NDC communications? I was like, there are some normal catching. Because for years I have tried to convince Shamima to come back on radio. I said that, but they managed to bring her to NDC communication, and I think that's the same thing in NPP 4 years there. Dr. Okuta the PhD, spirit is dangerous. And to be an communication, but that's a good move, mom na party for 1 year, because make us say this year, if nothing at all, na party for 1 year, they've given us issue-based campaign, not away, complete break away from the usual idea terminal, because then they solve a problem. Yeah, the problems will still be there. Is it dog? Good evening, Akwaba. Dog, so microphone. I'm so where do you know?
Good evening, Vimlady.
Great. You're live on about 5-6 radio stations across Europe, America, Ghana, so you're now almighty OKFM. So, what is that? But congratulations on the launch of EFS Manifesto. This is not a youth manifesto, right? This is a general manifesto for 2024 elections, right?
We being Vimlady any for so anyway. Almost share. Na yɛde nkyakɛsɛ so ama yɛn party fo nyinaa ɛne Ghana fo a sɛbi ne dwumadi a ɔman yɛdi as a government from 2017 till now asɔ ɔmani ɛne wɔn a ɔmo contemplate in English sɛ ɔmo dwendwen ho ɔmo bobo ho where ɔmbɛto ɔmo aba akɔ ɛsɛ ɔmo nhwɛ NPP na sɛbi Dr. Baumia a ɔlidi yɛn so ɔmo nhwɛ no na ɔmo nhwɛ ne persona ne dibia sɛnea wɔteɛ ɛne nani so ade hu na ɔwɔ Ghana na ɔmo nhwɛ so na ɔmo mmoa ɛwɔ mmra yɛ campaign so na flag bearer so a wasan kɔ back to Eastern region ɛnɛ after mmra owie takrade no so yɛsan kyerɛ
no owie our Eastern region
wasim or akemo dan ɔnam hɔ ɛnɛ anopai ekosi anwumere kra still our own wie aprobo no for ɛnɛ
na Eastern region dey mo kwata ho dey am strong go dadanti adan na mo ana onkɔ hɔ kra.
The first phase 1 no okoho, but in this election there's no room for complacency. Yen can say sebi we am in Panadada na JTI ya saw that so there so sebi enche na so nti na ye janisa we will leave no stone unturned. Ye be ko ba bia shop bia edan bia mu efie bia mu Ghana ni bia ye be hu ni bia no yen can say we there or ye minipa ana oni medada nti ye be jano akosi obi foforo so ye be ko ba bia e wose ye ko ye ni abre wo hwe ye flag bearer juma we di na otwa ne aprobo so e call manifesto committee e no muwie deliberations na wo tu ne to ko takrade na ade chin ye wan home kra no e kire se adwuma e ne si na ni so na e kire se o ye obi a ye de amamwo no hye ne nsa. There's no honeymoon period for him. The day I ever swear in even before no obey assemble ni team. Now on the first day was starting Juma send ye huno e won the campaign now why no so no.
Eti mame musa this manifesto ya modi to just a general manifesto for election 2024. Dia ne team, dia pan asempo modi asiso ano na modi ton mo manifesto no.
Na your team that's so any selfless leadership. Leadership. Bold solutions.
Selfless leadership.
Selfless leadership. Bold solutions for jobs and businesses.
Okay.
Say a kandining nianimu a sebe pania odi wenimu a enye no ho ena ope na the greater good of Ghanaians ena odwen ho ono ena yedi no edi kan na wa proffer in English ena ye kano no odi solutions and so adi no any vision or wa emuye du a uhia akukuduro ede aye ede a movie Ghana akonanim for enyuma any sebi jumadie ewo maimo
nti yam better than areas no one of them and I'm boss number free SHS and I'm okay ho asem but what is the key selling point because me who say from 2012 my key message was free SHS in 2012. In 2016, my key theme, not theme no per se, but the key campaign of my slogan, what the term of campaign 2016 was 1D, 1F. 2020, I don't remember exactly, but 2024, what is the key issue? What the term of campaign?
NPP a dynamic Vimlady. Say okase o Tracy NPP a nya obetumi akai wo ye ho ane abakosem. As to how ye niema no year in year out yes sa ye bobre na ye niema differently enti ye the free SHS ebe team campaign one mention 1D 1F but moving forward no na ye mpese ye be ya de a obi a betumi a predict yen enti ye nkofa one central team emeto ho say no nko an ye champion enti ye niema ye nyina na ya bɔ no tofa esi we na you can nyina bɔ mu a ye bold solutions no enti bibibia ewo under bold solutions no eya ade a edimu eye titru yenko di ba ko echi ya ye bida aboa yen it doesn't mean say ye be so I the same thing ye pesi ye sesa enememu because we are moving forward with a dynamic leader until we change your modus operandi anyhow ye niema and everything together. And I find bold solutions. No.
Okay. And yet, I say don't get a moon actually one among says the employee incumbents in 8 years more so into no Catamo manifesto with their concept.
Omo rather, and now Oshe NDC and Mr. Mahama who see Omokasemu over the years. Now almost starting almost the NPP, the sloganeering 1D, 1F, 1 village, 1 dam, 3 SHS, any be we near Konya. But no dear, or your campaigner, on use sloganeering. But now prepare Ghana for mind because now on my dream, BB home so more deba. I slogan. And they thought NPP would also come up with a slogan. Now enquire slogan debate. And now Omokofa sebi rope ya a teacher omokonwa omu how omo tie
rope bank
how omo besane any 24-hour economy omokofa ba ya omo slogan omo riding on sebi omo ntimi explain no. They were waiting for us to, as usual, bring something like 1D, 1F, bring something like 3 SHS. Now, MAE sloganeering debate. And they are so everyone because we are dynamic. And see, no, omufidia omusunye, anti-mianji, MPP no. And ama sebi, ye papa, I said, dunketia, eka, nya wakano. And yes, yen solutions na ye profano. And I said, ye nishueka. Because wa call me, o preamble, our my we initial statement I will make you know wow who say a near my woman a mudo and a wow catch a Ghana forces sabi yentie na yemu enipana omobeye my promises no na yenshe so ento aba se wo call mu no hwe nimua enka wa Vimlady send ya wa die dwuman over the years you started to one kana sabi more JSS and then yatimia wie school akwaba
looking like everyone.
rather you are an experienced young lady in the field, very experienced young lady. Now our body effortao ewa juma na sebi oye no enti wa hwe no unim sebi inku na ye manifesto no so emudo na enema ai wo mu se yetumi ye yakopon boy omanya hoden Ghana for ma yetumi na ni yetumi ya sebi the future can only be limitless for us as a country.
That's what right me criticizing about E-levy I don't think I agree because already Muhammad Kache. That's why I don't know the intention but I think next year say E-levy because as long as I have been a journalist, there's been one major issue see your budget your revenue based into and so the finances that we need for development. Every year on year, be presented budget. The budget is heavily donor funded from road infrastructure to other capital infrastructure. Generally, oil and gas, extractive industry, heavily donor funded. When you E-levy, which is another revenue, as much as 7.1 million a bit back from E-levy, but at least you have an additional revenue source. Why will you remove it? What I think I've been in a way actually. Maybe NDC is making euros. It's the answer that I promise you. I must say, you better E-levy mo. You have to find your fans.
And this is Vimlady. You be boom compassion here. Abra ye introduce E-levy. Now you name baby ayawo from 2020 post-COVID an economic crunch situation and you come any inflation, depreciation, fuel pricing. Baby ayo could no na sebi imudo. And no ena ema aban no tina se e can say moving forward you be here additional sources of revenue ena ema ye di yani e ko share E-levy enti no na ye nim say within a certain period on the path of recovery ye ko ye nim na ye turn corner no after COVID no within certain period no ye be here E-levy no amana beboayen ye share estimation na ye senya o kan ye no ya nruho because the initial idea I de buy I wasn't kai de jisika no sebi Ghana for do no tumu opposition na no tumu we had to make certain adjustments to reduce the tariff to reduce the various items sebi E-levy ebe cover until yan to me po and reach the target na initially ye hope for Dr. Bawumia etna se no or say E-levy just 0.02% of our total revenue as a country.
0.02%.
0.02%. But oshe niya wodiba ne estimation niya waye homework waye eguho oshe ye mineral sector na education any research akoho over 23,000 hectares of land. Sebi yen to a former good day was support that. Now you share your gold any other resources assassin. You can see ye two. We will be in the region of over $10 trillion. Your gold and mineral deposit ayewo. Na Dr. Bawumia say empo yantumi anye ho hwe. Na yetumi etu even 5% of the total we na ewo form na billions of dollars for mine. Inti ye mayani ehwe ho rather. Na ye ma animdifo a ewo universities, earth science, geologists and archaeologists and geography experts ye wo mine ye use na aban ema the needed support na ye to me to ye gold na ye started to 0.02% of GDP or revenue collection from e-levy. Any amount I be realizing from minerals alone. Osha, which one? And I was moving forward, you know.
And to move e-levy, now they want to go the moment I know you have more money.
Other forms of way you share the informal sector digitalization. Any ideas that Dr. Bawumia Deba, you be register the informal sector. Omo fall into the everyday formal sector. You be register omo nyina ye ekuo baako na obi ahu juma omo di.
Na so omo ya register omo dada. Tonto ade wo dwom ya register obi dada nti what kind of registration
bringing everyone onto a digitalized platform.
GRA, no? Is GRA not already having an existing digitalized platform?
GRA platform now one a filing of revenues and taxes. And so the Ghana.gov na hono. Where a digital space ye dibehu obi bia or informal sector. Ye behu ye dodo ye number ejuma ye di na the needed supporter are buying a wasi or deba ebeboa ubia and no and informing the decision to bring the SME bank are buying a person or set it up because
the informal because I don't know this is a country IMF according to 3 billion. All these things that we are talking about, this can here. So SME bank already you have NIB. It's an NIB new credit, the National Board for Small Scale Bank. National Investment Bank. And then we had NBSSI. So why are you starting another bank? But before we even come there, gold not some now can who e-levy na yakotu gold. Already galam say no beni se mo hunzo. Galam say na go e nsuo no kran ni akwadani sire. Enti what are you focusing on mining? And what are the safeguard measures are? Yenim se moma by 8 years mo to me anya galamsey unhute. They attempt to even fight galamsey no. Then according to Professor Frimpong Boateng, other people on one among task force adumane share almost ano. About chronism, yenchendism, and everything. How do we trust you, sir? The same mine who you e-levy if you are now so you're mining. The kind of people mine or chronism.
Vimlady, on the issue of your papa from Frimpong Boateng, Sebi, or your idol as a doctor.
What do you need to address the issue generally?
Generally, the fight against galamsey aban abon humodin bebre yasesa yemramu to proffer stiffer punishment for persons involved. Omo ye sebi yachi omo sebi court adi omasem edu omakoto efiase eno omo ye koso e prosecute omo no ni nyina ye evidence for us to see sebi yakon akodru baby yentumi nwie ye ngina ho nkanche Ghana for say yatumia winning the fight holistically against galamsey but nearby was ye interventions I would buy nalep jumekuo I would buy finding alternative means of employment for the youth at the same time reclaiming the environment and lands say no ninina aban edia gu efomwa sebi the results you who the total effect of it because and then o can say o call on my baby sebi yenso nyina eho enti senia ye peno but near aban was ye baby steps I was say aban ye no aban de nyina agu form or ye aban akọ ahead and make sure say infidia sebi ye de sonne anwea no so e de eyi a former good no near a use mercury na sebi a saying so I call ye nipedemo a day yare any cancers any birth deformities at ho edi brain no nina abide the infidie different types are and you see mercury any cyanide any certain elemental
and to mobile man use mercury near the now the new ones about
mercury free equipment ye mining and now buying a started day by neighbor coso are providing nina now share ye policy at the mining sector now you see a best setting up district mining committees at the district level. We are going to involve ahemfo any community leaders sebi you can say the land in Ghana no the original custodians of the land are the traditional rulers inti sebi uwo me kura ati se kwa umanfe me free na yedukro eka ye committee ho a ono a woye odukro a wo hwe nananom ensase eni yemfuo so no se ye ma concession ana land akoye mining na obewo abadaye more than say aban bet na Accra and our district capital ewon price so esi ye ma concession akoye mining ewo ho inti ye da hemfo any community leaders no eba on board e form a committee na ebema mining leases any concession any nsase na ye be use no ni nyina aye very very well managed na yenko 2 gold ewo nsuo ho yenko 2 gold ewo baby a ebe say other cash crops like cocoa and ade and no every where. Now, Aban, so once again, I know you have question for me after this, but we will introduce the Mineral Development Bank. Vimlady, so we call in Krasi. You know, proper mining, small scale mining, and illegal mining now. Ghana ni a pet and a to me, so be small scale mining. Newmont, Anglo Gold, Ash Gold, and other big companies need they are doing large scale mining. International body, international organizations can have access to doing those minings. But a bad small scale mining is for the indigenous people. But as I say, Vimlady Ekoji concession now or as a secretary to Vimlady any sekanti na sebi wakofa expatriate, notably Chinese about mining. Na odisha kodane akwa kodane odisha. Omutu wia na omuaji gold no. Edisika podia bi ama Ghana for no more the gold niko and no any atnasi over the years a diagnosis issue no and who say the Mineral Development Bank ne ba now ye bema the Ghanaian now or right to do small scale mining no soft loans now or the akodi nijuma into unya or concession now ya approve o land emawa okoye environmentally friendly mining. Are you see the proper equipment to mine? I won't say asase, won't say yenso na. Now won't nisika, but ma koji besian wa ban ho. Utu gold we are.
Now I
can say cotton. I buy now better gold nefri because from 2022
I buy better gold nefri chain.
Very good. From 2022
corporate groups here. Also best set cooperatives. I'm on my mind and I say no na for you.
Yeah, na yedi kan start the idea way because abra inflation ekosro. Na fuel prices ekosro. And I buy through the vice president. Either idea by a domestic gold purchase program. Under that program.
Only a different one. Only oil for gold. No, so gold for oil.
Yeah, well, gold for reserve and gold for oil. Gold for oil, they say your top gold ni free minus ne wa. Yeah, the gold no echo exchange oil. Now you $5 and top oil no. And now you gold for reserve. I see your top gold no. Yeah, the be Ebecock Bank of Ghana as part of your reserve. Now, the more you have gold reserve, no, the more it gives strength to your currency. Until before I ever started program, no, now your total reserve gold or Bank of Ghana about 7.8 tons. Now,
what your whole picture? They are better some power gold. No, people don't trust you, politicians.
No.
Moment to me the video be about this is the gold reserve. No, Queen Elizabeth, yes, I'm going to video better. This is the gold. She went there. I don't know whether to believe some gold reserve or not.
Right information bill. So
why do you want us to apply for that information? You are holding it in trust for the people of Ghana. Pictures and video say this is the gold reserve belonging to the people of Ghana for the people.
Now, yeah, making sure say we are accountable to the people. But before, Sunny Americano, now your total reserve about 7.8 tons. And then, just 2 years plus after the introduction of gold for reserve, no, we are hovering around 71 tons. And now with CD depreciation or stability of your currency. And now they are there. Into program need there or near abeka bank na ye deba any reforms na ye deba no na akoye cycle ye bo obusia kotu mia meto wia matua woka eka odeme no na wetua na wonfa so wanya ni nyina ye avenues a ye di be create employment sustainable jobs ama youth no na oman no so anya ho mfa so for your currency stabilization.
Okay. The mineral sector that gold the amo ya tambaya na mining small scale ni ade no adwuma dodo say na mo hwe se mbe create wo ho.
Yeah, register over 200,000 miners ewo oman mo.
Over 200,000
miners.
Small scale miners.
Small scale miners across the country. We are going to
Ghana. Do you see the level of unemployment? Unemployment over 200,000 small scale miners
in the country.
Wow.
Yes.
And gold,
vary from gold to diamond, bauxite, lithium. Your total and your concentration on just gold alone. Now saying issue of lithium, ya discover lithium in large quantities. I know issues recently settle. And we are talking about your total reserve in terms of minerals and your gold.
Okay. Well, very, very interesting. But again, that begs the question, say, 8 years, how have you solved the unemployment problem? Suddenly you have 200,000 young men and young women on my register on some years more. These are people they want to branch into these mining areas.
Vimlady say me were jumaye, but I buy a planting for food and jobs, youth in agriculture program by Sabi me were jumaye. Now so me to me apply. Me sure say menya ho kwan akoye farming. Into obu ho owe juma. But say untimi na say na wo say wo dane wo ho nti no. There are a lot of people who are working at the same time, taking opportunities and advantage of government interventions across board. It doesn't necessarily speak to omo nishi kra.
Okay. Very well. The question we by was about say mu yi levy a few. How expanded revenue a benya no gold ni minerals areas no. More people say justify say mu be yi levy a few because you say about me analysis no. Sika yenya free levy ni no a total of 0.01%.
0.02%.
0.02%. Into a free one moment estimated revenue say no say obenya no mineral sector ni man tie betimi justify removing levy and bringing this.
And no enamidi come statistics no say you share your mineral deposits mine mu na your value it's in excess of $10 trillion. Me who say na meka no twi mu $10 trillion. P bebre.
Okay.
Enti even if say to me and two now you benefiting from even 5%. That's about $50 billion.
Okay.
Just from 5% of our mineral deposits alone. Into a hot panel, say you to me and Nikoha, Juma ebe to me di Sika ye benya afri a former good year non quampono, able to me attend the economy around. Before I beba domestic mobilization of way and so on I bako into the other informal sector. I do mobile on board now. So the opportunities exist. Ninya your homeworker, continuous education, refresher courses, you started programmer, you share 1-2 years time. And then how can we change near value for money? Until your idea you study over the years. Baby are able to me happy a game. Any baby are able to me am I holding abba form now the maximize supporter.
Okay. Doc, mami fa two phrases that were you two or what's to me my any come one now you two phrase no. And now can say homework here. What is more buying NPP? I'm not about 8 years. Homework and then you see the dollar exchange rate you. Homework in domestic debt exchange here cost you. Homework on the state of the economy. Homework no inflation, 40 inflation. What you mean they free 43%, they are about 22%. So at least I know you're manageable, but still
They say you're 20.9.
They say it's how inflation figures money.
And then the Vimlady.
Statistical service one of the Okay. Okay, very well. But the city dollar exchange ratio, baby, look at the state of the economy. I'm going to say, Obia saying, until let's try you people as an alternative NPP. And Ghana for TMO, they say you're to but massively for you in 2016. Repeated the same massive vote. That's what you cry. In the second term, the vote. That's what you cry. You got an extra 500,000 plus votes in the elections. But look at where we are. Complaining more. The whole for the last 2 weeks, my campaign platform be one major phrase. I want you to Yeditum Senkoye. It's what is the guarantee? I buy only a free baby a city dollar exchange rate for the ordinary voter. For the ordinary voter, the fundamentals has exposed you people. How can the person believe we say, we are solution driven? How can they believe you?
Vimlady, me that's a question you so my time kakra.
No, me
discuss a question we are any responses are Obroni say me kasa with a certain degree of empathy. Abadaye any tema and I did discuss it sa topic way because sebi obia na oto ade 2 cedi na ene oko 3 cedi 4 cedi na ohwe djuma wo ye impumtu enhyeda ma bebribe no na wo koma statistics a sebi sometimes na it's difficult for people to swallow. Until I say me can same way I speak with a certain degree of empathy and sympathy for the Ghanaian. At the same time, Omampani na bedi any key party people ekasa senya yejitum no eye nokre. It means government where your government or can nokre na wo di nokre ema ne manfo. Yen kan say adeno ye black eye white. Yen kan say adeno ye green but eye gold. Enti ni Ghana ni komuno fuela Vimlady etono eno abi na meto. Se Vimlady Kumasi na wan drive na okofa sebi VIP ana STC Kumasi na meso me kwa yen kasi Vimlady media person me ye NPP ni enti me prices ebeba form ana Vimlady de ebe kosro enti obi bia any difficulties are you home as a country, as a continent and as a global space no yema obi bia shedding. But the issues are that Vimlady yen to me assess a buying modimo without comparing how the government was faring before 2020. Yeba government in 2017. Now inflation ewahi. Sabi abaya obefa abaya from 2009. Obefa inflation ekohi. Yera mahama ope akonyani biem ebefa inflation ewahi na odikodru he. Yeba na inflation enam 15 to 17%. Within the first 4 years, gradually every year, now even 2019, inflation bedrew 7.9%. Now Ghana bako say more for 28 good years. Yenya better inflationary figure. Change in 2019, which was 7.9%. Now sustainability, senior single digit inflation, for a longer period. Now the to aban bia ho na aban ekufado aban NPP aban your first time no na aban bia ni ho a o de comparison na ebeye ye. CD depreciation averagely for the first half of this government na CD na ho de akofo ye depreciation on the average of 5%. O de to nia ye befa ye from 2009 2016 the cedi depreciated to the tune of 296%. And to usher your model more, your first half of governance, your share GDP, I befa free 3.4 to 3.6. Averagely, we're doing 6 to 7% before COVID. And po COVID the buy na honchire buy enema mu peja fuel price ekosro sebi na free necessarily. Because on the world market, fuel prices ekosro global chain supply issues a buy sebi uye container back from China they ba oman mu before COVID and during COVID and post COVID and home be 300% increment any a buy o share Russia Ukraine war a buy now share Russia or can OPEC or maya almost 2 oil a ton in large quantities across the world Russia edimu panipa ewom na o share sanctions EU and America and then the allies at the two Russia so Emma fuel prices course through now share world food inflation a buy nina due to the nature of the Ghanaian economy running liberal economy inti sabi can see na ka ni can naya na ka ehwene inti ka oman bia oman mu ka oman bia wa Africa ka oman bia wa Europe your trading partners international partners baby bia issue bia besi no ebe affect Ghana automatically. Inti Ghana was not isolated, but near de woman say a brand near peja ne ho na inflation by the year end of 2022 it could drew 54.1%. Na fuel etimi koya to the point of 23-24 cedi per liter of fuel. Na enema service a core that level ana Ghana for a soon a tra ajajo no a day na omani ye obekasi yewo under IMF program now so yewo omaimu 2013 to 2017 ay buy now yewo IMF program but enema kosen sabi indicators IMF digu were proud to year by 2017 now were we even able to meet those targets but share IMF program a year running this time any targets ye de ma ye home under the program any near a bind yet to achieve those targets any a bind any amount of the good form you can't go for oil you can't go for reserve any at the idea buy who compare fuel price on the world market in 2022 around October now you turn fuel around $97 per barrel at that time now you turn fuel around 22 cedis per liter the same year 2023 exactly 1 year after. Now your ton fuel price on the world market from $99 per barrel in 2022 October to $97 2023 October. Into a difference now, it was just about $2. But now fuel born so acted drastically. Ewo maimu ninina enye enyema keke eye adia abai the good form measures the good form including gold for oil abai Dr. Baumia initiative ye edi baye ema niema ba form. Enti yen kan se sebi ye promise heaven ye drew ho. Ye promise heaven ba ye kono sebi ye ko hia otan ene ota ewo kwan mu. Enti ye judge yen ya Vimlady ye pacho mon share ye first half performance. Na yemra the difficulties the global economy FAC. Yema example na ye can other countries yes ye wo Ghana.
NPP for to the IMF better ye better almost ye better almost first half before almost call IMF. Better before the energy crisis started. Because at most by things were okay. At most time we had single digit inflation. By so and I'm IMF.
Very good.
Last half now you had difficulties with Doomson and my call IMF no. But you're not looking at the beginning where inflation was single digit.
Nyamisha, Vimlady Nyamisha. A two bear ne two kwai am I call IMF under Mr. Mahama? That's the question.
Energy crisis.
Energy crisis what precipitated? What were the causes of the energy crisis?
Financial issues.
Very good.
No, at the time, put the capacity issues and Mahama you need generational capacity.
It wasn't just generational because fair reports individually within the country and outside the country.
It was generational and money because we also needed money to generate.
Exactly. Majority was fiscal. But during that time, what was the global economy? Was there a situation where the global economic situation, recession, IMF, to the Great Recession of 1918 now COVID-19 ama the greatest recession in over 50 years in the world.
The global difficulties, they're buying in many shapes and forms. It is time there were global issues. There was Ebola that had threatened the sub-region. Like it was specifically in the sub-region.
Ebola was not a pandemic. Ebola was not a pandemic. How many countries?
In terms of sub-region, the Ebola was an issue. Liberia, Sierra Leone, this is exactly in the sub-region. And there was a because of migration in the sub-region, you know.
Very good. Very good. How much of an impact? In impact analysis. How much of an impact within the sub-region? Your trade partners, and our exported to other African countries at the time, compared to the global market, Europe, America, and other countries, Asia and co. And will trade deficit, and now will trade surplus, and now our exporting and the core other African countries compared to the global market. Into the impact analysis, even the Ebola situation now, how it affected the global chain supply, how it affected international prices of commodities, how it affected food inflation and all that. But there is no way I bet me objective analysis. I ever compare whatever situation at the time globally
to the COVID global impact.
To COVID, exactly.
Very well.
And to me, and analysis of the performance of the government without taking into cognizance the first part of this government, COVID by and see inflation, and then we are doing around 20.9 depreciation. Yes, but and then what is the year-on-year depreciation? Near Okofa near Mano, and who said CD and number 15 cities and funny home any percentage of depreciation. And until I discussed this issue with a certain degree of empathy because Sebi or mindful seeker and Omokosesa at that tone and Yema. But the good thing is that things have stabilized, depreciation has stabilized, and near Okofa near Mano, able to me a planet. I say within the next 3 to 6 months, no, may fan near mana may fan say na may tumu na may pricing say I am aware of the conditions prevailing. I say dollar any city discrepancy in Intino. I will be able to plan. That is what.
But are you aware, say individual jedini na okofa nyema bi a Dubai, China, na say baby ba okofa na dollar no. They usually the typical jedini no usually on share percentage of depreciation. Or share baby akodro ni sekane no na cedi no ne dollar ni gina say and then na baby do 12 and 13 and 14. So for those people no omo to abano. Me question say because me person a movie called Youth no what NDC presented for the youth job creation they look at free first year education will compare it to what you are also offering for the youth. But me person how you convince Jedini no yeah was sunny see the now dollar no 15 and now 12 and now you know how do you convince Jedini say NPP and to Tomano?
Ojadinino Audi Jumano, Vimlady, Enim, MPP are buying from 2017 to 2020. Senior depreciation a buyer averagely 5% a year. Now Oshe CD na huodea na a stabilized. Inti Ojadinino metimia planning ahead of time, even months and years. And na Ojadinino so nimse COVID buy and nemamu pejaye. Sebi na enye yeah, abojo so cra. Now so ene ayi Ojadini nim say baby a sidi na ho odini ginano are maintaining for a period of time. And I ma Ojadini na reshemu say baby a ye drew no ye envisage and ye looking forward to any drastic change. Okay. Enti sania first no na sidi na ho odin no ade bechi ade besan bia na ekoso no me kofa ade no ne at a rate of 5 cedis and now 10 cedis. Menton yepono me to me too because I have to factor in. As me kofa biemua ebia na cedi na kudru dollar na kudru 20 cedis. And on the man prices of food and commodities ebeye basa sebi ewo mani mono. It's because na Ojadini no eni a reshemu say me sorry no me losing me capital because cedi no dwane na dwane. But from last quarter of last year to this year up to this point, Ojadini say, Sidi no a stabilize it into all planning or to me planning ahead. On to ni niemamu wano ebe affecting me new ebe koto. Into Ojadini no enya regime. Esi abaya NPP abaya about 2017 to 2020. Na niema dadin. Abaya COVID eba now so one yin sa amfiga na for ho empo abra na niema munye no ye maintaining niema ye de yesa so mu aside certain infrastructural project ye hot ye no ye bibia flagship programs nyina ye empo ewo ya hochire mu no saa ban no ya turn ne corner ama enne stability aba with our economy and your currency no saa dwadini no enhwe NPP aban a watumi akọ through all these phases of your economy na wonya rehemu se niema to din a NPP ayi hu no from 2017 to 2020 no saa NPP no na ebesa hu no from 2025 to 2028.
Okay, very well. Young youth no so because the last time I know NDC called launching or more manifesto, youth manifesto. By the way, I don't know why didn't I choose to take credit for manifesto launch no? Why take credit? Because I want you strong with that.
And not dear, just say be a national council and a campaign team. Yeah, kwala idea me who the
okay. Okay. And yeah, and go for be say I so much vim no a course so a friend saying my manifesto launch now the compare NDC for there and I don't know whether it's an incumbency case because usually incumbent government be under pressure with so much opposition no NDC for can was through the dynamism any day a lot of people are mobile campaign launch and converse and kokran diabo so mo amoye mountain I said that who I said I'm gina bonti o say but there's a photo that is even trending akokre almost youth Gen X for no, Gen Z for no,
Gen Z,
even millennials cry and share them one as a baby boomers almost so come you didn't put a bedroom December 7 do not send a thing come. You know, and I don't know if there's a strategy I'm more here to attract the youth, which out of 17.5 million voters, 10 million youth. And you haven't come
and Panifosi say we need opania due. Na we need opania sebi no akohwehwe bi. Na ono na baby a wonam no wafa hoda obetumi atufo akire wo se meba ahaye to anamo say enti wo empanyifo nko auditorium ha first of all program na ye no na for the whole country and na obehia accreditation to enter ye mabuna ye call takrade no ebi mu call as early as Thursday even though program no yet Sunday but ye work on the Saturday. O share work now, it was majority about 98-99% the youth. Okay. And ye mabrunu die na grounds on ye de.
Okay.
And enye auditorium ho per se and because auditorium no a number of seats in it no and mabrunu jitu mu say sabi ye de ebetumi agina ebetumi ananti ebetumi ahwe krom ebetumi atwumu me e de afa krom ba ye mpanifo no ye mfa nidie ma omo na rather enko occupy seat no na ye mfa momome no emfa krom enyina bonten enti mabru no gifaye but esan ebuo ene ferry aye o ma ye mpanifo no ntino ene ma omo occupy seat no na ye tawo machi ewo enimu ho but it dovetails us into the point I will make here about your manifesto promise for the youth aban baye wo hwe statistical service any developmental partners almost statistics deba about employment absolute figures are sebi aban bia no hawa fa nipa ewo oman mu echen NPP aban we a eti akonwa so no we can
more youth in
more youth employed under this government than any other government in the Fourth Republic.
By what statistics now they can say?
Every sector, Vimlady, Obama Nkwame health sector alone. Yenim, say from 2012 to 2016. Nurses, especially, omo call private school, obi anu ha efa na dwuma ewo man mu. Omo call public schools, district nursing training schools from 2013-14 up to 16. Yamfa obi awo dwuma mu. Ye buy now there was a huge log of almost about 170,000 people, including doctors.
I think I know now IMF condition. They put a freeze on employment.
Exactly. But it is the same IMF program. There's no freeze in public sector employment. No. It shows a bind of the day. No, say we'll go into negotiation. Because we are also on the IMF program, but there's no cessation of employment in the public sector. Until Osha backlog and for teachers, backlog and for nurses. Yabefa Osha various interventions. Kawaii, Juma, Sebi, Yemia Kofi, Japan, NYE, AD, Ewo Maimu, youth programs are on this country, NIP, GEA, NYEA, including direct employment at the various sectorial level, health, education, security alone. You have over 20,000 personnel in our security services. Until you share a mabunu empowerment, any employment ayamana bebre. Now so obako fonsa entumi yakopon nim kata. Ya akudru baby. Yenye ni nyina ye. Enti se wo man no mabunu esu epedwuma na omu di se omu sun pedwuma because etrese Ghana youth enye lazy. Once Oberman opportunity to work, they will be able to work. And we believe there's a lot more we can achieve. And Dr. Baumia say, on your opportunity now, moving forward, on one your friend of digitalization man, Dr. Digital, the first point of call, ebeye baby a familiar terrain, emano, digitalization, or be training mabunu 1 million in IT and related courses. Near ebeboane se minya skill se mitifie ene mini OKFM studios ena ye interview me wo mifie ena Vimlady enso ewo studio, but due to IT any baby and we are no, we don't need to be present physically to do any work. Say mabunu no enya skill na, you can stay in your home, develop payment platforms, develop games that you can sell, develop apps that you can sell, do jobs even from India, from Ghana, do jobs from Canada, from Ghana. I friend remote work. Now, and no be a lifelong skill. I kitawa sebi yanko ponto ne sanfreo. Na onye incapacitated sebi. No one can take that skill or employment from you. Into Dr. Baumia edinani sheho to start with. At the same time, to be able to qualify to work, sometimes you need skill. Into educational sector, what is the promise for the youth? We are starting with persons with disability because the person you leave obia behind. We are building an all-inclusive society. Into say when your opportunity, eco free SHS, call President Kufuor FQ. Now when President Kufuor feeding school feeding program now oba Ekufuado free SHS, any free TVET. Now when your opportunity to go to school to increase your employability or your skill alone. Na sebi o ye disabled da Dr. Baumiase ye ma free education. Enye ya no mu de bia ye cover 460 cedis out of 2,000 cedi fees for first year.
For there be NDCC free tuition for level 100. O man ka so mu cover 400,000 doc. Utie the NDC kind of doc. Hello doc. Or doc na freezing. Ti mami reading more messages in the akani be na yen train doc. Yabwa nana kwabna. Osi Mahama has only 4 years. So please, if you vote him, why na wo year home because he had the 4 years in be Amagana. And Abrante we osaid for vote cheddar. Na mundia de mo year no na ndem mo obi asa. E de kum say 1 million after finishing the IT training. Can they get jobs to do? And now they open and now kika. How many say doc on the onjundi entro no jiri say o kan. Kofi King they say wa shedok. Ade kra wo kire mu kra chesa wo bre nti ono onji ndi de wo kan. You have to do more to convince him. And Jackson sister I'm watching you live inside Tessan or Ghana, Accra. Entry Jackson me that's baby me boss area now. Ono Jamie or Tessan or club until what do near grow crab. Now say please let's try something new. Nenya debia NDC ni NPP no Charles say assemblyman to me to be deputy minister to minister to vice president to first president over 5 months to another president for 4 years offered nothing. What again can he do in 4 years? I'm sorry, the president mama or him the kuti and say from assemblyman and you no bet me. Majestic I say you cannot even compare yourself to JDM in 4 years. Nti mama unkopa JDM can compare mo. Kita say his economic analysis is like my son who is doing his A-level economic analysis. Well, you have your right to your opinion. Go data pro say he's finding it so difficult in explaining. Now what I idea to even explain simple issues. Say, well, manifesto no DNA woman for the youth. And Jackson say, Philip, you can sit in Ghana and work in the US online. Yes, and online and we say virtual assistant. America they say whole sector virtual assistant. Or office IT way omunko office ko yeduma is a virtual work. Secretaries bebre yeduma virtually. Receptionists for bebre yeduma virtually. In fact, America ha prayer hospital, chances are that receptionist now only ne kasano. But if you know pick call no. Customer relations, market a lot of them. Digital jobs. Since it's digital, there are a lot of opportunities there. But there are questions MPP also which is 8 years and no account for it. Now, for what you were said, ubet me when you're pushing in the manifesto. I like appearance. So, Vimlady, please, Mr. Ezekiel, Dr. Ezekiel, data is very expensive in Ghana. How are we going to cooperate everything digital? My handle is okay. I'm so seeing the data answer. Kafra. William say, but Baumia will break the 8. Sir William Dankwa Ghana Betifi to know send a message all the way from my Betifi. Baby, you must see if you vote for MPP, you're voting for the future. But voting NDC only one day vote, and I will vote. So think again and vote accordingly. Stephen Donko say, Mahama cannot rule this country unless Ghanaians must boot him out because he has no solution for Ghana. What do you know? Message with William message with Bismarck. I think I've read your message. Pascal and not say a lot of people work from home here in London, which is true. A lot of people work from home or broche. Jackson say no matter how bad it is, but you don't insult any presidential candidate. Certainly, President Mahama is not dumb to feel being a president. The person who has all raising all the way, we will not allow you to describe him with any unsavory language. No matter how much you don't like President Mahama, you must give him the respect, accord him the respect as the former president of the Republic of Ghana. You cannot change that. Edwin tell us MPP there are more policies and omodeba. NDC for another just in 2016. The problem we had were different from the problem now. MPP I had their pants, Yambo Mabaso, Edu Ruth message or their ban say it is possible until next or Baumia side and all kind of sano. I'm Pedu Eric Kofi, madam, please tell us something about the port which has been sold. Well, port, no, port there were 3 key terminals at Waterma Port. You old key, no, which is key 1. And you walk key 2 now present for expansion, no. And you walk key 3 terminal. What the account in the Moga say account and port ni nani account. But key 3 terminal also the most productive because and also you are dredging as a insurance vessels I can see if America, Greece, and Morocco, because these are the countries here didn't live in Pan. Key 3 terminal and there were echo. In terms of containers also, must say a BOT, a build, operate, and transfer. Until they are managing the port, collecting the revenue for 25 years. Now MPS for a year more demand. Into a mark of a crane, a gang, you find a gang, and a giant crane. But your cranes I can see it to me lifted containers. I think about 250 containers per minute or 25 containers per minute or so. Me afro containers na kosro. What I say, a crane na kosro, and it's easy to even climb the crane up to the top. And it's a key 3 container terminal. And I want to sikana ko ntiga for music and check and bat surface because I say they say a human in akodi key 3 ntina ya mo kase aton but e shed anya ton per se a BOT but omo no mo in charge NPS for 25 years sika bi e be free ho aba na shed anya ye dia e omo dia nti if you want to know about Temaport, this is what I know about that the BOT agreement na ye in 20 but which was it's not the first time Mama agreement but MPS is it MPS and another we had done key 2 container terminal expansion. We did something similar in key 2 container terminal. What I say and that's what it is. It's a BOT, build, operate, and transfer. After 25 years on airport. But in conformity the entire yes, I expansion. So hence I can see any city port in Ghana government. More MPS for the IFC, International Finance Corporation. And I'm going to talk crazy. In fact, I'm one expansion. Also, container terminal 3 container terminal now. be a port ni mo ma it is a football park miensa. That's how much we have expanded the port. Into a pono kwa you reclaiming about 3 football fields of a pono. You didn't know container terminal. Ko baby terminal 3 container port terminal 3 one. Na hoye. Na ho nyina na nye na hoye ni ya beach wo Hakro beach ni ade a ye nkola no. Ono ye kodi agro. But ho nyina they say ni nyina ya asase ye di concrete akese si form one mama ye reclaiming the sea from there. So that's why we sold it to them. Permanently. After 25 years, no, you bet free MPS for no. So that's what generally it means. If you ask about container terminal, no, but Joseph, if you don't ignore these 2 political parties, deceiving Ghana for Ghana for you, na your friend saying, you're voting for somebody else. Na yenko yenima branche bako helps Aquarius say we the youth of Ghana will vote massively for NPP and Dr. Baumia because we believe in a vision. So I don't know wait me about Ghana. And I could just say, why didn't the NDC government then go for the loan to expand the terminal? Share incompetence. Well, we could have done that too, but I make us say no, President Kufuor so yeah, the same partnership with MPS or key too. Because no Ghana government akasa bet me akwa di loan here, but why him say Aban koji bibia na oya na ama akwa akoye bibi wo ho na akwa se nkofo sika ni bia kodi nkofo botum. So Aban always wants to be leave it for the private sector to do it. About Jackson, Ibo Makan Meto see real Ghanaians vote for MPP. That's not true. Real Ghanaians make a choice for whoever the hell they want. And you now bet ready on to about say real Ghanaians vote for MPP a choice. Alpha Dollar say we are voting for Cheddar. Okay, you have that right too. Bismarck said before say any negotiation from MPP is fake, lies, any deception. Men believe it, the dog who can ni nyina opese or the dada na ye to aba e mo ne party no, but enye on ne party ni ne betumi aye bibia e de amayen. Abrante will say Vimlady, we will whip in 2025. You can make noise. What's it then? Vimlady will whip in 20 May. Vimlady, I mean whip it though. Vimlady will not whip anywhere. Vimlady has gone through elections from 96. Me whippy that. Now, but on me, Papa, you could be president and now could be minister. Now, say, me, I mean, could be MP. Apu, about on the way. You told baby, you can damn it, 1 week because elections near a young pass, you must near a TV. So, you need you coffee near you need it. You know, coffee, sir, 1 week. Apu say Vimlady will cry, boy. Me, Papa, for more, what about for Shasamado? Now maybe cry for what? Okay. Your friend say, now say, it's not tonaton per se. I think it's not tonaton per se. And now, my name who I made sure me say do the break and transfer. Not is it not tonaton per se? And then a beauty grass, so a tonaton and DCI. Okay, well, you have a right to believe what you want to believe. Your friend say, my guest was say, let's your education. Okay, please get your education well, even in the USA. And that is how businesses do. And we will get the right channels to educate the people who lack understanding of business. Well, Minimum Pakra who responded to him when he had dog connecting now to our youth a issue now raising. So Aquarius areas. I see we the youth of Ghana will vote massively for Baumi. I think Aquarius Makai. Nana Kojo, why didn't NDC? Nana Kojo, I think I've read your message too. I say I didn't NDC and Kasan Kwan Koje Bosia or International Finance Corporation. No, man Kasan Famba port expansion. No, he says here the Bema Ho Nani Panaba no we are no the port Naboso a friend said 25 years. That is his question. Yabo Akwabena Yabo me read message I say I always say that this is the only free SHS that can win MPP election. Okay, or also need the other legend they say we still need JDM to fix Ghana. Chase the same manifesto has nothing to change. Promises and then from Kwan or Modeba, nobody should follow MPP for BM. Jackson, so only foreigners and illiterate opportunities will vote for the dead. Don't call anybody names. Will be an illiterate or not. You vote your one. Ghana, you see the beautiful thing about Ghana, constitution in voting rights. They say it doesn't take Wako school to vote. Law a constitution is equal. You one vote. Wako school, be never call anybody illiterate. Because you're illiterate on the tier class doma on how did you are. So never call anybody names. What I say, We all are citizens of Ghana. We have a right to that. Nana Kojo said John Mahama has messed up the economy in 4 years. He can run down the economy and the growth. And that's say, oh no. Now Onuka run the economy down from 2011 to 3.4%. Even in this our bad economy, no, it is growing better than the performance and the JDM. Timobia Emuano. Review no. Bismarck say, if you will be in parliament, but I refuse to be in parliament, I'm not part of it. I'm not interested. I'm not interested. Nana Kojo, I think I've read your message again. Timami for be our own party. Yes, I will be we start. I think I've read yours too. See, vote for a better Ghana. Mendi and Sem Kekano Echi. Enoch say Alan Cash all the way. Yeah, and Alan Echi dia yira. And a harmony. See, we need a visionary leader, not driver's mate. The dollar has given Baumia a showdown. Nenokra enough. Ntimo be ni Nechi. Ata dollar say. Nana Kwame Bedi Akon can help Ghana to bounce back or patch a year first a cheddar. No. Urban Paul, see if NPP wins this election, then Ghana will never develop. We will never grow into money now. Network about differently from where you think you go. Majestic, I say, free SHS is not free education. It's just free senior high school. Education includes day nursery all the way to university. Into money now, remember Ubia and Nadao. Attention pretty say $1 and I'm 16 yo. Mema rent fee. Then kodiba o me blind the money now $1 no and I'm 16. Emmanuel say good work if ya I will say I want to about for NPP ni ba me and which one do you want to say it? You know what my yehu. Bismarck say the new force is here. They stand with the new force. Nti nya dia omobedi obi echi ono so ni viewer ono so e dia ban aka e champion. Aka champion say John Mahama 24-hour economy no Baomia aka Baolaya ni 24-hour loss lives. That is the difference. Say, Mahama was 24-hour economy and Baomia was 24 hours of lives. So that's how she's diagnosing a manifesto issues. No? Richard Emis say Ghana should vote for NKB. We have better ideas than MB, any JDM. So I don't know. So I'm calling for the better. The whole can say, Equia Janet say, Madam, please, there should be a change. And yet the NDC name a MPP for a day actually no. Some will say, what again is Baumia going to do? What can another one to give you? And Abraham Bismarck, they are saying $1 and I'm 19 Ghana cedis you. The moon check which one is true. Charles Opoku say, when you lie, the internet will expose. Doc, what so internet now? This is what they are telling you. What's about me? Digitization put on internet now expose you with the doc. You have to connect. Also, when you lie, the internet will expose you. Very interesting comment from me, man. How can you promise the people of Cape Coast Airport, whilst existing office, while you are in office, what do you take the people of Cape Coast for? This is to MPP, to Doc. You need to respond to this. Delwyn Farm, or see Baumia all the way on the Oyen day, Baumia no better man. Remember, I said the issue that we are discussing. They say NPP manifesto. No, is it a visionary manifesto or concept manifesto? Said they're not a cano and Aquarius. I see nobody will vote for Dumso Mahama again. And the NDC for Ntiasia or Munjai. Attention, pretty. I think my also cement 50 Ghana cedis. They say will be a money price. Well, it's a free market, so everybody can determine their price. Okay, Champ say Baolaya doesn't need a debate with Mahama, but he needs a debate with Ghanaians on the dollar and the cedi, which has plundered the economy into a ditch. Pascal said, since 1992, the dollar has not depreciated. No government can fix it until we start producing for ourselves, and it will and appreciate what we have. Well, that's what people are saying. Say a leadership, I say leadership. Nigeria far banning more. And now Nigeria produces more local rights, a creative job make for. Leadership is always important in terms of these things. What I say, Rufai Abubakar say 4 years of JDM is far better than 8 years of MPP. Into also Nadia or Diaban. So let me know what you think about MPP manifesto. Is it a visionary manifesto? Is it a manifesto of hope? Is it a solution-oriented manifesto? And now say a concept manifesto. Said you say don't get can Doc. And for say internet no na. Expose you into battle so camera needs to see so that we can finish up here and let Oman also join and share their views about this. Mark and Sassy, if you guys should ask Mahama how much you will bring the dollar to. And Sana Matwaman, and is that what you mean? Or see Musa Mahama this legitimate question. How now Abdul Karim or see please Ghanaians, let's vote a third force like Cheddar, Nienja and Kofo because somebody yet in the Godwin say calling someone illiterate is not an insult. Stop misinforming the people. It's derogatory. Unti I say to me it's derogatory. What I say because uti internet to swear without knowing somebody's condition, you can't describe the person as illiterate. What I say, you can't describe the when you don't know the person's condition. What meet na internet to man is Ibo Jackson or see Pacho Ibo Jackson. You cannot insult. Makacha say you don't. President Mama or Bushi man couple. President Mama, you're sure even the biggest person in your family, President Mama channel. Let's learn to do politics and respect each other. What I say? Using words like dump is an insult. What I say? Hey, how can we give our country to a party where people who run the economy are area boys? We need development. Or meaning the open Nekutiano. Richard Emis said Baumia will lose because of what he said in 2016. Yeah, boy, I say 24-hour economy is fake because you can't do it in all regions. Well, Mahama can regions. He said, "Obey scaling it up." Emmanuel says Baumia is going to be the next president. Okay, doc. Mamusa way in ye. Nkofo people Okutia said the internet has exposed you. And you were making a point about it. Okay, someone creative jobs.
Yes.
More focusing on youth, you know. Now,
yes.
Can you give us an estimated number of 8 years mobile youth did also go in and up to youth do not sign and what to make create jobs again and more creative jobs.
Officially 2.3 million.
2.3 million.
Yes, please. Officially.
And I my sector, so what can help to say be a nurses and a security, but what other sectors must have 2.3 in the war?
Almost every sector has seen an improvement. Almost every agency I employ. I don't want to speak out of my head, not my wrong values because of respect for your platform and the listeners and viewers. Until rather, I will get a document and share with you. Now next time, what to me, I'm for the specifics under each agency and ministry.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We can arrange that to and do the specific because I think this is a very interesting area because looking at the voter population, so we can do another session and look at youth-centered area, look at which areas might are there. But maybe like generally, why you think because someone for to join and also share our views on various sectors of but what do you want people to remember? If I manifesto, first manifesto, launch see don't get a concept. Again, will highlight it as the major solution areas take away from program here. Yes, will be say Papemwa,
manifesto launch here. That was a Vimlady any platform. Near a Pesi Ghana for Eddie Kai manifesto it true and Yama Miensa. Esti Isika Sem Ebesan Fa Nentuma Pa Afra. Now ya go back to Ansani COVID Ebano. Ya started a home popoye. But the next phase from next year no. Ena ye be hun a hun sun so ye pan. Secondly, mabunu any inyuma ewo manyimu. Esi nya wasi obi ade to ne trimu ni say NPP in the next chapter the solutions are de banu nyina the umbilical cord ni fruma kesiye any say bibia ba together your policies and your programs ni nyina be create nyuma ama oman ma youth no anya edwuma ye. Now the last one enema therapy and say abayi ye de wo hwe yabakosem any ye believer you see a center right party. We believe in property owning democracy and we believe in capitalism. Enti nyuma any nyuma ye beshe omai ankrankre nyuma mukena ama ankrankre nyuma agina afa ntoma pafra na eno ena itimi gina ebema yesika sem ebeka aban ne aban ye ho a ebegina yie na atimi afa mabru no bebre ewo nyumam nti ankrankre nyuma ebenya support any for hundie sronko ye dikan ye bi na ye beye ahye mukena under Dr. Baumia 2 nyuma ebebu ama mabunu na ya create no ya koso a create more ama mabunu anya edwuma pa aye na ye de amamuo papa good governance. Send ye nim NPP no ya sande aba ama Ghana for anya humfaso.
Okay. Inti Bawumia 2024. How does Bawumia want to be seen? Senko forecast Okana no say when the fundamentals are weak, the city will the exchange rate will expose you. How does he want to be seen going forward into this 2024?
Dr. Bawumia asa trase say asemwa okanye say when the fundamentals are weaker, the exchange rate would expose you no. Wasisi dua asa kan in this current administration. But near ama your fundamentals no shaky no a global situation because before 2020 there was no global situation. The fundamentals were good until your exchange rate na good. But COVID by any hunsun any Russia-Ukraine war, any global economic recession, buy no shaky the fundamentals of global economy. And that near AC or Kenya. Said be mabuna to mhagu kromu say ye trasia ne ye trasia see COVID the hunsun so ama Kenya aban ho chi no na o share salaries and debt repayment alone it takes about 86% of their total revenue until they don't even have space for statutory payment, how to employ and all that. Me a doctor, my colleague doctor me oya danfo ewo Kenya Philemon Kimati. Many didn't common Kenya doctors now saying almost strike over 2 months.
Sir, as I demonstration no craba.
Before the demonstration, Emma healthcare system no virtually collapsed because now doctors no conditions of service aban no agya tum emre bi no aban se minti abiem.
Hello doc.
New doctors are my school. Aban say sabi minisika metumi afamo se me.
Hello doc, network na sign article. Okay, doc baby any point. But some nyamo join and I'm so share views on NPP Manifesto because almost yama young Ghana foreigners voters and you need to at least have an opinion. Doc compato your point no. Doc now can be for Kenya. No, Kenya for some na now can.
Pacho
Kenya example now man pacho your point.
Yes, no? Kenya example. And say the issue pertaining to Kenya because ahochira ba oman mo nanka wo pe oman ba ko a ye ka abibiman omsika asem gina yi a na wi South Africa untwa Kenya ho Kenya sika asem na ekoyie ano ye eye den papa so COVID ba yi omonya ho sunsanso eno ne da ahochira ba sebi aforce mabunu ama omoti omho asikro mu no enti nia esisi wo wiase no Ghana ahaso esiye into Dr. Bawumia kase when the fundamentals are weaker it means nia oyene aba wiase no asheki the global fundamentals of the global economy and until now global economic growth has slowed down over 50 years yehu bi until now globally food inflation akosro ama still ekosro ewo wiase nyina no into onjane free nia okan ye ho or man of principle nia o defend ye ekan ye ansa ne ye baban mu no ojina the same position because now globally the fundamentals of the global economy no are weak and no ehun sunsanso and ye hu ye especially in 2022-2023.
Okay. And see, doc, youth don't trust them or say you have their interests and you deal with their issues, my boy.
Youth no enim say no matter what, sebi NPP or yari or war on oxygen crampo and we are ding che aban bia our be fighting for the interest of the youth to create employment, to create jobs and to give access to quality education. That is the beginning of job creation, is to educate people with skill, and to share your policies in education, free SHS, free TVET, persons with disability, I am more access to education, and the barriers are year free education. Now we'll share the laptop distribution, ye guarantor system, if you ho, and it is to make sure say or mabunu biya beko school. Uvia ne di enyuma ho komo, send ya ne ye di enyuma ho komo no.
Yo. Dog, mami na ase pa. Ezekiel Ejekumobin, or a member of the MPP communication team. I have Yera Usuban, he's one of the MPP executives in Massachusetts. And also, I think now a manifesto launch, and I went to me uncle. No, who to me call it? No, I think DC chairman, no, to me call a manifesto launch. No,
Mpacho mentumi anko, but me wo a yinu bi wo me ho nti mahwem. I'm familiar with
you busa say mo vision pan sen for Ghana for because bebre abamu say you're boy no be atum say bebre abamu because na me catch a dog say na say nyina me hwe mo platform so a wo hwe asem ba ko wom na aye din Canada Japan cry bigina platform so e wo work na mo ye ne takado so obi ka say ye ho nkire yen na ye boy aho kire wo ho nti mo ujitum say aho kire wo ho.
no dear, sir, the Obeka say a honchre ni hobi no boy. By the way, say me din no wa correcting me dasi. Enye hwe bo ahene ne ba na hene sinti me enye hwe
Makunta bi so de bo ahene so ti na ya me yato
enye hwe enti your friend is saying the Obeka say a honchre ni ho no. Not just say on say even America ha we kura no America ha no ahokyere wa ha so wa oba ye wahu and am ye sure say previous times na oba ansa na say wa bai enti wo hwe a ahokyere wo ho eno nkyere say enye aban no na emo no homadin so ho de bia me kan say enko ya me ka say COVID no ye nyina ye mpese COVID ebaaye enso medenya me ase se COVID no ama NDC mreso ne ba your friend is saying NPP mreso ye say ukona tikasi awi adwe a wo se emre mpacho enoma NPP for the ato akwan mu no atumi asoso COVID na no enye adwumaketwa. Then coming back to your original question no so we don't digress say MPP vision for the country no and say minua no akasa bibri so we manifesto no mu a there are some highlights like land reforms land reforms ade a ehia pa na afi nsukura ade ba ko a me strike me ni said ye enhemfo ye pese ye pagya wo mo na even ye di ayi akatua kakra kura ba mu no said ye be ya animonyam na from your friend is saying from colonial times from indirect rule said ye bre ye hemfo no ase no say emre bia nipa bia se usikasem enkoyi a wunia no akonwa no pagya se den kura wunia no me pacho me ba me wia medum me phone no
ya mo tete wa mo
me sro we dey me sro wa fa me oba bi nti me wia me fro I promise yo
busi aboni na so ka ho na esonti
over here I'm really sorry I'm going to
oh no problem ni nyina ka ho na eson we are all family people nti no
madum no so wo enti ye hemfo kra se de yewura bawumi aka se obeye arrangement se de obeye a ye benya kakra ama won mo no eno kra be ma enkonwa no apagya ama animonyama bam in previous times the ACC and him for the idea ma almost said the beya on basis some man ne ade anim said the ACC entini nyina ka ohwe manifesto no a visionary. It covers land reforms, it covered traditional rule, education crowd menanka ho asem, healthcare, everything it covers. Enti me friend forward looking manifesto. And this is not surprising because MPP ena yeyi manifesto ato hono. I'm sorry, a free yewura akofo ebreso enoma yewura akofo eyeye maternity care akwan a yewura akofo yeye said the yewura akofo si stabilize Ghana's economy now the besi say kura nanado enoma nanado aye even akwan kura akwan and you can attest say Kumasi Accra Road said the AC corner. So mebo amini aba.
Na mo wie Kumasi Accra Road munye yo.
Menka si ye wi o. Me said the AC cor. Any said the AC.
Na ATS ya munye kwan no president Kufuor sha ate dada dey. Say na ka ATS ka so mu wie o. Ti ho de okofa ba wan hwe bebu abo mo anu o.
Metime you ano. Na president Kufuor sha ase no. Obi nso anya ayi. Obi nso anya 6 years.
Atambis be ya kakra. I think I remember they paid $5 million, $50 million, yeah.
Miniaba, o ye scale no. Ye scale na ye peja no. Ana unhui.
Me dem mo akosi nye bunsu junction.
Na one scale no. One say the AC atre mu no.
No pani ATS na tamu ye kosi Kumasi no ho a. Ana mo ye kra kosi Joshua. Obedi.
And you guys out say NDC be wie ya na. NDC be wie.
O manwie the NDC class factors wo manwie. But I wa ban NPP our share under President Kufuor no. Why haven't you finished in 8 years?
Okay, what would they say they do? And now person you any free was say yeah she. One say MPP for problem or more back when they say we are our own one say people measure us differently from NDC. So
rightfully so. Say to abani amamo 1 million extra vote against NDC 2016. I was what CSS susu dia na yedi susu na pro NDC dia so by far.
Eno na Americano and I'm grateful for that because more expectation say yeah be papa che NDC for and said the mu be si aye ni questions am be through amaye ni the aye kura mo si ade na yenye binka ho and we are grateful for that. Yantisem konfo no a kebi ombe papa wasum kura no keep challenging us and we will keep delivering. Sana mpesa mekamichiro.
Okay. Me pese na me kan me busa doc say dey part na me say dey calm wo because do na calm say mo ma breso e na ho kira ba. Enti na tie dun kete akrati mo manifesto we dey concept. Kasa dada no a mo kan ni sa ye unu dey mo ye. Enti say nkofo to ma mo akasa yi na me san kasa. Enti how do you want people to remember? How do you want manifesto way to inform nkofo wo mo aba wo mo beto say abato e di okwagina data ho a one union manifesto no say man solution e be solve the problem e be ma ho kire na ba fom saying na mo pese nkofo hunu manifesto na enie ma manifesto ni wo mu no council so Michael me know akasa
mpacho me na hade ma me na so
mpacho wonya doc nya adaje bebre nti no
okay
na na me busa wo
mpacho me ba mame hwe me will highlights ni bi wa ha
me general perspective nti don't even refer to the highlights me person more generally as MPP for no how you want the everyday voters no wo mo na esu wo fom no wo mo na ebre wo fom no say na wo person wo mu hu no say mo ma ban ya matena to 8 years because about to den kasa de ehu na under 1992 no 8 years be esesa die nti na afi de wo mo ye ni different no wo mo ma mo break 8 krona mo se mo pese mo break no.
Okay yo me da see dear me pese I youth no de kayen and say yeah started from one ye bibia eso one a omu ni bie so kra. Let's start with kaya ye for yi. Why na enya enkofo ho adaji e ji se kaya ye fo. Obi ba ye o se pan e na obeto ama won mo. Pan no na che se safa koso anu mama okomu mu bie mu. Ye hwe edan ye si ama won mo any training na ye de ma won mo no a eno kire se this is a government with vision. Said the nipa no wi a wonko so anu ma e ma ni ko mu ana se wonko ye okada e ma articulator bi nkofa no so obi si obe obe legalizing Okada, knowing very well the dangers associated with riding Okada. Any pa yeni buy first time kaya NPP bar January 2017 and NPP yi sa kaya ye tax no free ho. And as I say na anso hwa
na mo sa di e-levy buy se kai yo bo nyina mo yuzu e-levy bi
me ba I'm one person. I will never apologize for e-levy. If you want us to talk about e-levy, I will be very happy to talk about
me aso be ye free what waka on manifesto ni mti enyawe eno de mo nya state mo position.
Anyway, once political pressure be nipa so a my e-levy, and I say this with no apology, it's one of the best tax systems. There are some taxes I bet me a year free, but because of e-levy, said is here or a catchy all nets, no, all nets minimum will be or wajiji yamani sa tax receipt is one finding nam jum any jessica unim de wire what TB one ankasa ko print TB and this waji 500 100 depend on the council e-levy can easily stop that. The association say yeah jessica no internal revenue, what do they do with it? And on a Ghana for nyina no SSC me ani ba ho me dear any NPP for krombe yimi afrim ombe free party num. I will never apologize for e-levy. Now, I say, yeah, na any part the seni. Ye treaty government is a Father Christmas. Ye kwai mami, tunsio mami, si school dai mami. Nemum edu tax dia. Na yempesi ebetua. Ye were problem with port. Yeni e wabroach de ka ko Ghana. E kwai idea faso no. We can talk about it, and Dr. Baumia has talked about it.
Okay.
You will be able to say VAT. We can talk about it, and Dr. Baumia has talked about it. But e-levy, no, 100 cedis, so near 1 cedi. Look at the percentage. 100 cedis, near 1 cedi. But I ask a little drops of water. Ubetria, metria, menana betria, me wafa betria. And when you can't hold a baby free SHS akosono. And me am idea NPP for be me free party mnukra. I will never apologize for e-levy.
For e-levy, okay.
No.
Yeah, boy, my but and I make us say the thing is that more manifesto for free, but me a year free, so on a vision mono e-levy ka nti omo and doc buy or doc catch them other areas here, but me pia e-levy na koguo. Also, omo be expand the mining sector, and then there's more revenue to be made from there. Now, existing mining companies near there, we've done a lot of work. But I'm just so I'm for joining me. Say, then pressure that also where you I went to me and joining them. And here, boy, best I do have so that we can have dog. Thank you, why? Thank you so much for Newunya Adaje Church and Semuno. Thank you. Me person I'm for joining too. Adajo bet me feedback from Omone the Oman for Air Canon. What about good evening?
If you are good evening.
Mami tia wadi on this NPP manifesto. Is it a manifesto of hope and a concept said you say don't get your canon?
If you are your friend liar festo.
Liar festo. So where they are on my getting on my trade liar festo saying.
BBI lies. Repackaging no masa dia bread. Nothing will happen because Ushe me anti-manifesto, to be frank with you.
Okay.
Both NDC and NPP nina omu manifesto nina enye papa because Ushe manifesto omu deba omu ba be mu wia omu ba be toa to baby no mu implement another document similar to a Japa document. The manifesto ni di omu mfa anye ejuma. They have another document be a wo ho a baby omu de no ba be ye ejuma. But we no de omu de bedada the populist ni keke na ye de agi to me omu wia no akọ dem no maturo document fufro
okay
so that dey no mo dey ye de ni na it's not going to help Ghanaians. And the media say almost person Ghana for believe is a manifesto ni be juma dia. Almost create what we call maybe manifesto implementation committee. So that over page uba bemuna over page 1 now who execute it, just like you see the way they were executing the Ejapadia documents sequentially or systematic, you know. Sana,
But that document was never implemented, though. This was never executed.
A document, man.
Ejapadia, no.
Oh, am I execute it? If you
I've monitored that. I'm so interested because I come from a mining area, Mansiani Adansi, so it was never implemented.
Executed. Anna, Usha manifesto no so. I was expecting them say, Omenya utro policy now what the column kitwebia to one say, oh, projected funding now we expect say be allocated to that project in any. They don't do that. On my year if you have plan. And it's a over manifesto no crowd won't mean the actual funding that can go into the implementation of all these policies. And when Angrophobia say Sikano Omukofa when where are you going to get the money from to execute all these projects? And you know, so long as someone to me are signing projected or expected funding be to the project it's not going to work. The popular policies normal should implementing and normal other ones in between. Into who assess your 2016-2020 manifesto ni na. So a person rate Ghana for a serious partner, a person rate your more. But we say Bebrena no do 20% implementation. So that is problematic. And I'm about tax amnesty also.
Okay.
But me the all Canadian right because to me because Uber scrapping all taxes from people who are owing taxes to the government. Who were scrapping in now, they will all start afresh. You can't do that in any serious country. And he said,
because you as Okrobian theaters are channel the celebrities born Lauren Hill no idea so go jail for tax.
Yes. So Mimi Huni said maybe NPP for being on more tax can or more amnesty in India and because on much tax amnesty no one ever cover companies bear no more who feel say Uba more amnesty. I say yes data no. So who needs our data no can it say oh me ba me tax amnesty. And so to me the companies no bra bonting. To all you know, company be no endika. Who knows? We don't.
But Ghana, their companies they can. I said report a GRA report that shows what the Canada GRA report.
And the unfa data nimbra, non-farmer supported that claim. Say okay, there are existing number of companies on Mudika. And this is the amnesty I made to my mom or to the twin of social and so value. And yes, I am fine, because 0.02 GDP, no, so 11 now say a contributing. I mean, wrap it up quick. 0.02 GDP contribution of 11, no. And then now unim have value, no, na uko parliament. Then it's not worth it if you can go and fight over.
I think the estimate was higher, but all they did not. Until they didn't get the estimated revenue, no.
No, and the models no build the project is a figure no. Then they got it all wrong. It is better say more scrappy, but I doubt say about me able to my scrappy idea no. Anna last point crime it baby and say 200,000 minus no mo show am register no for data nembra. You per say who data no because to me man me bought 200,000 figure big keke now sorry we don't know. Say indeed, say why you register Crawford and I say register Crawford. We don't know into figures nimbra.
Okay.
Or the bar, na ajo mwedi. Me that say yeah.
Yo, what boss here down to us? Good evening.
Good evening, if you're let to say.
Adomara and also is there a hopeful manifesto or concept?
Or promises of lies. That is me, you know. Baby, I'll be starting free. But to say the minion be a cano. A repackage and sema mode by 2016 aba bisine and then your mama kwenya no mo intimi anye nti se mako yi is nam the off any hour any we ashishima it is the same thing but the obeka sa first no about or can same be na metie wa na minya you fee so aboso say 200,000 now 200,000 are mining a yina or more cano. The previous administration before them no and the Omo administration no, the mining sector in terms of galamsey compared to them very very high. That is a NPP for Amboy in terms of mining no. Provisions are made by in Amboa. Sanya may your market Kenya or previous manifesto more.
Wait, previous manifesto.
Meaning what they are trying to do. But more and more dear no, because job is for the boys no. Who call MPP as executives right now? Pretty much everybody is a galamsey person. Them. But these things that they are talking about, it is there. Nancy, I report to be a massa, even your cocoa cry, yeah, sporting no. And Rofuna Bekacha say, near maybe a real cocaine. I'm an equality of it, no. Hey, you galamsey.
Yeah, galamsey na, yeah. Sign yeah.
Sani mano, higher you, ya near ye. Sani ye can't. These things you have said about or him for near deno. Before say Bema was I say Edia ye galamsey, and ya him for nana come.
No, law na from my
no, they say under natural resources ministry belongs to the government. But when they go, they just don't go. They consult the chiefs at that particular place.
They don't consult the chief. The minister in Accra issues the concession, but nipa no put a concession go villager and oko consult.
So that is what I mean. Like or the concession, or he need to me. So Becca say yes or no, because concession is coming from
Accra, yeah.
Concession no mom de bano. Se si ayen share nipa dodro no mo de concession go mu free party be. MPP for buy askan rocket. With the galamsey me boa obi aka se mo yeti Ghana ho ye nim de ekọ. Mo buy tree are you planting of food, agriculture asema am okay. Masa ko ye the same thing manifesto na ebiem. Must spend almost 3 billion Ghana cedis on it. As to food decline, there was no cost.
I think the finance minister was the food production cost. I think now, honorable by nature, but to see food production cost.
A cost, Sansam no mokano, Entina Miso Moya lies. It will have effects on the general public. Me patroko jaswa, a increase I can and the decreases why where 1, 2, 3 yeah, what would you know? Or baby, I'll call you so, Bema, we are coma. Why wouldn't you say increase? It is said they are branching Becky can or Becky can send Bibino. And I say, no, they like to speak and sound like it's intelligent, put figures out there, but it doesn't reflect on the people's pocket.
Okay.
So if it does not reflect on the people's pocket, it means you people are lying.
Until just also supported the don't get a concept because it doesn't reflect.
Oh, but I missing mean you su concept more, missing promises of lies. It's because you say a concept that is no opinion. But looking at it, say I idea what did that and a marry package there concepts na mbe. Now obusa question be which I really like that. So we can say digital and my friend is saying obeye adwuma ye be training nipa one more this one. Okay. Do we have the basic, which is the fundamentals, infrastructure to build on these things? Now, before say we be see dino, we hear assassin. We see dino and san wako hear assassin na be see dino also. And see, sa digital assembly na omo can, ayi omo moto na omo can. Infrastructure be na oma building.
Okay.
Digital no be ye adwuma. Now, even the speed of internet no. Omoba is saying normal adding. Now you have been there 8 years. You've added just about 9. Send yes, I wish the span of time a Professor Mills fire, Mahamba fire now. No more increasing this tremendously than new people.
Okay.
But you want to talk about digital. But digital, no, you have not built the infrastructure that digital no be juma. America, it's in the internet speed, boom boom. And
but some also on my 5G and then I back out on my 5G. Now I won't believe
it. I get tell me just no. Because we know as at this time, Ghana a year be a juma. We all experience these things. They say these things, like I'm saying, they package it nicely and they will come and speak jargons to the people. But the bottom line is, how is it reflective of your life based on their year or my?
Okay.
And none of my person wish it is not coming to sit there and tell me this tax a bracket here. One more kind. Ejuma ni honum, ni penny ejumanye. Where are you getting the taxes from?
Okay.
If you build your economy, no be near ejumaya. That is where you go and you take and to boy free or near they develop your mind. Then you keep on talking about taxes. On what base are you taking the taxes from?
Okay. Sister Abraham, I mean now I say a repackaged lies. And now Mr. Patrick may bow about a good evening.
Good evening, Jeff, and Abokodi.
Adam, Patrick, you.
I'm saying, some no more candidate. I'm saying, Dada na no more evening or Sadi Gashi. I said, a Bimedica can I say, me and Casa manifesto on the Abano. The same thing, and was a repackage of Wasadiaba. The about be a car for look down me, for look down 1 hour, so a 2020. Why, Dada? In the idea why that an idea then outside the best manifesto beam. Innocent come to Krabishim and I see innocent come campu because winning an as hammer and try to be a cast about me trying as hard day demo. It will tape so interview my can say the most purpose project I'm why for look and as you say
I don't think someone just wait about Palugu Manti Mundi. Mean Kaito about Palugu manifesto.
It won't say a damn so move you. A damn we so move baby. They say watch us why, but one yet. As I say, and you know, and no baby, what Mokicano, and Mokaniano, a idea, how could you not say, Oba, obeying untiming yet? Oh, because I saw what can you know, and Faquem, Utie Alan, plan our two jar. Wait, any dibu mine, and yet, Omdi Ombekai, you have a moment because some of and you know, be different thing altogether.
Okay.
Oma kani na oma ya ye ketwe more na enye adwuma.
Okay.
Nti no wa na braba ga e ka be kan no wa e for a while o mo dibu man ba we ndie yeah because o mo na ba and some o be kan no enye na ya na ehu no because Bia Yanko can yam family di because no one can ya be 2016 dim and one side but here plan say usu be say na me which Alan there what first me ba me di first 40 ministers what said there obey ya ministers no be also about the 50 ministers when man just say ministry we be kwa and be say no answer what kind of sa no ja na ko ni we no e dey na be am
You over here. Thank you. Very well. New views idea. But good evening.
Good evening, Sophia. Well, yeah, the reason why a movie, some of it has become difficult for us to even believe that Ghana can come out in this next few years out of any climate it is, and it's from the very onset, when you set the stage and say some things, there are flaws in it. And that is the problem. Yeah. When you talk about IT job, that's the area I'm in. So I'm looking at that area. You can't just stand up and talk like that because what you're saying is not true. Here's the reason.
Okay.
India started this IT marketing project in 1960. 1960. That is when that is when they started that whole project. Now, half of the world, some of the teams I work on, most of them are in India. They are working from India.
Remotely to India.
Yes, it was a national project that the nation undertook. And they put measures in place to be able to nurture that. Now, no, if you come to AWS DevOps engineering, if you come to Azure, if you come to or GCP, if you come to Oracle, all of those things, DevOps engineering, cloud architecture, all of those things, they are there. Why is it there? Because the country made a plan, developed a plan to make themselves a technology hub. And that started, no, when you start, no, this is where we have a problem.
To be fair, I'm backtrack it. To be fair, my mama cross that digital center here work right. My mama started our project.
Yes. The reason why we have a problem is that we have the blueprint. So when you start it and you're not doing it right, and you're trying to market it, we can see through it. Okay. This is how we know. And you know, because I don't know person we in a year, and yet something that is flashier. The way we market it, the way we say it is actually not what it is. What has to go underneath it? A dying thing who say Gina Bonsanson, no ma kum basement. And no what shall see now one shall see year ye nimsen ya walk and which I say it is possible. Look, those are the areas that people look right now when it comes to cloud architecture and DevOps engineering. When it comes to Africa, it is Cameroonians, Nigerians. They are spearheading that project. If
not even Kenya and Rwanda.
Not even Kenya. No. It is Cameroonians and Nigerians. And when you
but Mr. Che, do you know the infrastructure that Ghana has? Because I want to see whether the Baomiamo Kana is feasible, is doable or not. Because I heard your area.
There is nothing that is not doable. It is the way we go about initiating our project and implementing them cautiously, judiciously, with purpose, not with populism, with purpose. So that is where we always lose it. Our people always, our leaders always come up with very good ideas, but it is because we buy into popularism. And sometimes the yentie, because nyebeni say, ebia ebinimo homo dia adrina ba. Now, so you the party boys. Now, you peer on original conceptors of the idea. No, you peer on what to change.
Okay.
Now, party boys are fat. Almost so any say almost originating idea into implementation will be flawed.
It's the idea they also say a good, but or more.
Yes, the implementation piece is where we always get it wrong. Sometimes it's because the nipodi idea in the buy and you peer not to change. Okay. And I ama obi and obi aji because only your party me. Okay. And you're not saying any dientino, untimi nye mani CP. Okay. So sometimes that is the bane of our problem. Okay. Another piece they said, when I listened to the General Mal talk, he spoke as if Ghana has never mined gold before. I was listening to him and I have been mining gold. Ghana has always mined gold since time immemorial. So tell me something differently that you're going to do this time that Ghana will now benefit more from it gold than it
I think he said that too. Mr. Chair, I think he said that too. Okay, about corporate or some cooperative or something like that. Because we are my concept. And also, I identify from database. Ghana has gold deposits in particular areas, which is why they've registered 200,000 people and taxes no more. So that's why they want to explore that.
The entire country, Ghana, the entire nation of Ghana has gold. So data to mine to see say area have gold. It's not an issue. And yes, Sanka, Britain for Oman fashion Ghana. And yes, Sanka, yan 2 years didn't say gold coast. Gold coast. Into no gold no dear. And yet gold and yet exploring to see what the question is, why is it that when it comes time for them to go and sign contracts on Ghana's behalf, they will give Ghana a change? This is what the problem is. The people who have led in negotiating all our gold processes have always given the country a change, enriching themselves, their own pocket, and giving the rest to the foreign expatriate. This is what the whole ban is.
What did you want to hear? Saying, come on, changing all the gold agreement now, Ghana to say no months, all this international mining companies.
We have been in existence for so long. And yanti South Africa can't mean South Africa gold concessions. Yanti shikra other countries that mining yintimi hu se no mo yo mwade na ye patriotic kakra pese ye mine enya na gudie hu faso. You know, can't we do that? Is it too hard?
Okay.
If we are talking about technology, we have all of these countries that have done that, and their countries have benefited from this. Is it so hard for us to learn?
Botswana is one example, but I think the issue is that I've seen this with various NDC and NPP, but I think the issue is most of the time, the contracts that they are signing to and sign NDC and NPP, but they are watertight until they can't do anything.
Oh, see the view.
Some of the contracts, Tobo, Terminal 3-year port, they are signing for 25 years. It's not reviewable until 25 years. Mining contract, most of them, including oil, no. Most of them are signing to 50 years into and so if there's any change, there's very little you can do to amend.
There is a solution to every problem in this world. Number one, there is a solution to every problem, unless of course we don't want the solution. Secondly, when most of them come, instead of them tackling the issue, they walk away from it. After all, your law scrampo and kayabeti mi asasano. Common laws are beti mi asasano. And then ubiko we are banchia a jail 10 years. Why? Because we are still moving with colonial laws. Why?
Well, our parliament. No, I said example na me make it, but how long did that take us? So the issue is not at the end of the issue is we don't have you need that interest to bring about that change, because yaba no ebia yenya ye kakra what you say you call contract no more sign hono oh ya pay envelope bia my yenya ye kakra until ye to is if you almost cancel laws no have they made those laws public yenya ye cancel laws no more you know wait tight where are the laws? We are breeding lawyers every day. That is the job of lawyers. They are supposed to find loopholes in those things. Where are the laws? No administration has ever taken that on, because why? They get their share and leave Ghana broke. That's the basic of the whole thing. Mr. Chairman, well, and not lawyers not necessarily a demand to do the education. Education basically is with NCC. But they are lost. You know the room. Mr. You can battle. You know what I see, because they say what shift to our camera. That's why I moved you to a. Mr. Good evening.
Good evening, madam.
Hopefully, on our concert.
Oh, I have concert beside here, but me bacha wa kakra. Here Ghana for here.
Radio be ana bibi phone ana bibi ana where we do, because I my feedback.
Oh, Debio. What's coming from Panama Shaba? Oh, I have concert.
Yeah, bibi won chanting patcho just a low one, because I my feedback pa. Hey Brako, good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fia.
I mean, your views on the manifesto.
Pacho, Michelle with Tear Forces. Fia, MC Manifesto and normal lunch here, no. Also, is it for has it got hope or is a concept? Now, me person me heard your cast our concept as Sister Fia say.
You see, I don't get here.
I'm on your same say you say enye nkwala grow. I'm on your same enye sebu enisu asem. Ye hwe sa amanyoku we ya ye come asem tisi ya infie sun atwam no sebu omo na abo Ghana security ho ban oma ye nyema bebre enti se oma anya adwuma kura na se ye pe viable credible alternative na credible alternative no omo chairman say on ye the third in command in that party. Now Ube di Obi Manifesto who fell say we a concept. Me did say in any serious democracy, the opposition don't talk like this. In ye, let's subject them to critical interrogation. Yembusa and some of can one by one. I no question with me aye, and no idea na moye, and idea na moye, or trading on with me aye. But if you say a concert, enti amanyoko amotu sesi omo ye niema bebre ay Ghana for yempe, but alternative no omo nye serious.
Alternative NDC na audio omo.
Me patro NDC for asem na make omo nye serious party. But try say asem no omo kan emma so for 1 or 2 or 3 reasons. Na me ametie magiedi. Tama discussion ni koso na eba ni nyina. Tama you started this campaign this anima. Na me NDC for di kakra wo niema bi ho. Because who say Mahama osua de. Na se nyame ye na dom na so obedi ade a ebia no asesa Ghana for shebre. But enkrofo no mo no ho ne fifi kote mu ne ayi omo journalist fo ne enkrofo bi o mafa ne efew ne enyema bi o mo ye entwa yie omo nye credible alternative. Ena mo musuba nti Bawumia ni sa NPP for we say obo say they will use other measures and win the election. I can assure you say so omo win the election I say or sign peace pact or you don't sign, Ghana no one will go on the street. Obe dia no atwaso and no one. This is if you must make
okay. Nti NDC for okay. Mami na say back up. Mr. Duchum. Now when you know what's with that nti ehu nti I keep going back to other people. Yeah, for camera no e bra show kakra ni ehu.
Afia ehu me.
Wa kakra nti we manage. What's what the camera na I don't know this how the other form. Nti me mpeja no.
Asa baby amete no so ka ho ana we tablet na me use no nti na me say.
And a tablet nti me mpeja fancy ade so.
Me ye ni say ya.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And me ye ni say.
Afia me mpeja no crack akraba so la ye hu anim. Yes, I never perspective kakra ya.
Yeah.
Well, you be funny sir. Internet no so 100% but you be funny sir.
Oh, and the answer no fear and answer so.
Wi-Fi no bandwidth ni so. Say am mo nya bandwidth ne kese tia.
If you approach there's a bundle no Wi-Fi.
But we may actually just a bandwidth ni so. No na ya say.
Hey.
How penny we dey too.
If you am me chia when you mre na me chia what tie for.
Yeah.
O caption na wo ye no. Efo ba madi hu ya kakra. Asi edun katia concert no onu momu de mam na ode ababeto so mam say yenti ana asi edun katia.
Question mark so say is it a progressive manifesto or concept manifesto? Yeah.
Na onu asi edun katia ne Mahama no wana ye concert sin o. Asi edun katia ene Mahama wana ye concert sin o. Papa panyi a wadi politics echi efiti 1992 a yehu asi edun katia no. Asem papa by pa no waka. Da bi o betra ho no mu a. Na you know say
company are you for real? It's more okay nyina.
Mami, enya asi edun katia no say kwase abi atimi ko ayi no. Court. Original radio so no okasa.
It's political talk.
Yes, enuti na me so make us a no because enen nansan okodi di Bawumia ne na po atem. So tie sa ni video na. Oye papa panyi o. Oye papa panyi. Ejinka wo kasa no sebi unnim die nipa ne beye o se obetimi aye na mo betena o se ye concert a one ye concert sin asi edun katia enti most of times no o kasa aya sebi on kasa hu se o kasa kire Ghana fo no o kasa kire nipa anso so ohunu enti se ono obegina ho ne so o kasa enti ni campaign no mo ye no mo so be ma enkokon ketenkete no ebi na Bawumia be kan ye
the manifesto ni saying
manifesto no and Bawumia da na di e ato ho no. He is going to continue the free education. Free education na Akufo-Addo e di aba na enkwala be ye 5 million akono. He is going to continue. Eno na sebi okrasi ni ba na nko wontimi nko secondary school no. Obetimi akoso akọ secondary school. Akwan ya ye di ensa so mu a ye feel say ebetimi ato aso no. Eno na Bawumia gusu kan ho asem.
Okay.
See there ye see kasem asaya the whole world and America yeti 9% interest rate e bin see that and no and Bawumia kan wasem oba eniema wodi ase ni manifesto mu no and no necessary ye subjecting to say obetumi aye na hifa no obenya sika na se edun katia ono no da bia o kan nsem a sebi se kwase bia timi court papa panyin na obetena radio so na beka say obi manifesto o matena se atro for past 5 months. Now because say a concert. Now what you na be ban obi kasa atro wa wo de be ye ode.
Yo. Obedi my now I say. Obedi dey wadwa ejenu ngeti akwase. I'm reading process. Mr. Good evening.
Good evening, madam. As you say.
Brasi. Good. Thank you.
Time. What's the matter?
Yeah, to come pacho. I feel the feedback na konti pacho kasa.
I am a man by share, mommy. Yeah, I say. Now we say manifesto no your concept and answer is for real.
A two as a progressive and answer a concept.
Shadow China, you and someone. Wow. We teaching you can just say you often some home film for baby. Or not say your can I say. And the mimi fee say, Baumeno, the all cannot or not nasmas. But me teaching so dear. Bible say, one no casa, and a baby one casaka. And some you work 2015, 14, 12 to 16, you do 17. I got a funny mujit near a tuabanama. Now say, now let's say you share, there is a contana. A contana be a is so. But maybe so the arcade now is a dorsal. Because if I went to my country, me say, Obi okite $10,000 out of China, and I also okite $15,000, $16,000 or the quantum, which way they are born. About 20 years. Because I'm in sick ashes. Over catch me say 4 cities, and switching 16 cities. Say, am I damn? Second, the canal. Am I damn to listen this time? Me too much. Me maybe so put by 40 to 50. Because what we need, number 2 Abama Baumiano, which open the ambibu.
What was your house?
Yes. 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 Free yes, free education of Okano. Obi aka. Ko fodi bi bai no, obi enye mfiwo. Da ba yen so ba yemu sisen kaka. Na dia wo ba so ya e ba bo no ba ya aka ho. Dia enye no ba ye fi ba so botwem se, utwem de eni ho. Nto no e bi ntum fun ho Ghana fo se, ene da mama ba botwem. Me ndi da mama echi, me ya Ghana ni. I want a better life. Some Yankopon want a better life for Buchi. Okay, Mr. Kennedy can also say, sorry, Juma. It's good to see you. They don't pay. Kennedy, that's not kind once last year. Kennedy, they all can quarry because, Madam Chair, so we shall encounter the politics, no, a few hope. Sardine tomato the tomatoes the sardine for trouble a chum because I can TikTok current funny saying politics na you know assassin no enka no TikTok ni ho o ta ase enka no kukura ho a na endorse Enkana smartphone anyone baby sa na ake oh is that remember in smartphones oko Facebook obohu oko ha obohu but most work any na no ya record that YouTube and for that
the manifesto wey dey to you na den a progressive and a concept
mami enyegma
okay
enyegma because and some about we kan no we dey ya mo so maybe so and small catch you know what does not Akufo can Saturday no make sure we could do end you wey Akufo kan no I say what about when so sorry or that wada edma no ono e na who ba catch me say fundamentals are weak no and be expose you now so the one kan ho say na ye kasa no Ezekiel na bo amano so that's some me na so kan no ba ko say say be bayi mafi omo party ko mo pam mako ba ko so say ba o me say oba bayi yi le bi no de o fa ne sen good e da by then aba sha ho and that's one can so mo kam me no mu ka tro
well obia expressing the opinion
but it's a very important
no or a member of communication team
you
lawyer America On opinion is opinion is say or supporting e-levy. No matter almost yikra or supporting e-levy. The opinion. Dr. Jekum, he was saying what the manifesto actually states. I want to share your opinion, but lawyer Boan here or not share any opinion. They are two different things. Opinion cannot be a lie. Opinion.
According to the NPP co-opposition, as long as we know some kind, but when so one manifesto book no okitebi na sa kan de. Onu kan you. You guys be teacher, you observe one someone de ekọ. O say book no okitebi. Wa hwe mu nsam. But so ometi you find saying you live in fuma because you live we no cut across. So but when you fuma on the on no no bond so. Abakan de so mo pan ko onko abako. Ba ko so be the gold. Ebe represi yilevi na da baji. So mo mienu na mo NPP for communication sam. Mo mienu mo se bi mo di Ghana for agro. Asam mo kan Ghana ibi na bi da wo pa de.
Wo be ka say yen try mo de na yen try na nkofo o party ma by force so mo nya adwene ye ba kwa na.
Fe enye adwuma.
Okay, fair comment. But the person who say who be branding omumienu because they disagreed. Say they are wrong.
They be say are true. Baba kunu cha
say entro pacho.
Listen.
Entro. And make sure say opinion.
You must don't make just
man no a fair comment. You have a right to say that.
Yes, if you want me come and sing like say. And some about me kai no. I come no. Onu na Ghana fo, you be nya so ato aba.
Okay, very well. Very well. Not a good point. Very well. Mr. Mobi Sunkabi, okay, good evening.
Stefia, me share with you for.
Yeah, just a concert and a hopeful manifesto.
It's more than hopeful. This is the best manifesto Ghana. Your situation now, no. Ghana, or say, na gasaye de ye jitum na ye di eche na to abanema Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia na obedi president na the vision you know omani be magana for ho eto Mustafia na how say na Mustafia say run katia no onye relevant.
There be who dey say express who dey say progressive.
Who say run katia say a concert.
I don't know let hand to so what do you think?
What be some na mama come me dey achro na make sure say dey say run katia kan no. E say run katia ne hu ya Ghana ya man you say because the first na na dey service concert ye be jam platform a concert manifesto. Mr. If you say twemo. Mr. If you say amamo no a serious business o. Amamo a serious business. And yes, have a concert na ya dey. They say don't catch us some just if you phantom chain. You almost say
as a senior politician, why you Juma? Why you even wear political talk? They are no more cabida.
Stefia, and Kukonkitin saying, Obina the two, John Mahama, former president, you've been a two.
NBC never used in Kukonkitin, one about the time they buy more.
Let's have your Mahama
farming, cooperative there, but
cooperative. Nancy, John Mahama and one cooperative farming. I said,
what from beginning, cooperative farming, and can't be seen there. But I'm interpreting a chunk of what's in the concert. I don't care. Mana, I brought you more doom so.
Stefia may you know, into one off, yeah, sensor. Stefia unim, a chamber can't be said. IT job, not chain it, no small can I maintain us. Or say, India 1960 almost 30. Now that time 1960 India first started na Ghana na coup and na ekoso Ghana. Na Ghana na coup na e DH3.
Saturday Republic 1960.
Steph, at that time, 1960, I coined an coup d'etat.
Yeah, okay.
So me boy catch them because India, or no, I can say India first started 1960. Not Ghana, they ne coup. Into any baby IT, but and say yenya a okanibi or candinibi. Abba no say no or person Ghana economy and Ghana or dear far. Chair some no cannot chair patch say any ya and assassin.
Yeah, I'll say there's a fundamental blueprint behind I was here this year. And son, I build on it.
Steph, you answer or cancer wrong because the Baomia came, Baomia, oh my yard, on far a BIM man that was a yes, irons. Also, a manifesto about if you say in details, no, Yanina, a kind of born in Sukake. And it's all baby, your book, no, region, the open your BBA. Enti omo buy am beka say ya beka say ebi mo say na yes tax no flat rate no and ebi mo de ka what boss beka na omo de ka no say ni say fia that thing ya say ma amnesty no e ka na wode no fa ka no na fa hye adwuma nim na bie adwuma nim na fa nipa adwuma nim sana yaka. And I say, if you are about mine, and I'm so proud of Kabi, be not mine, and I'm so proud on to mine, and I say, Steph, you won't say, Galam say, Ediania. But dear Dr. Baomia can't for now, and say, when you say, Nippano, a mining a for anything crying, near Mount Crata said, Ebia me chrome, Sevilla, and I said, me chrome a quan huntado. Nako mine, Okoya, I know the aquature say. Yeah, me free crying out by your mammy says, I'm not a prospect in the other. Dr. Baomi as now, Yanisa. Or patches a district, you know, and a bay issue, a man, a district, and prayer. I am free now, can be. And to him, baby, I'll come my and I say, a also government now is a cabashim, Tabana, a bishop, a minor, a bay. And yes, I will honor the Amasa Conaquay. And no better Galam say so. So be all by us if you infants of Chroma or mine say no, or Coras and Swobo or Quaya, say, honey, as me ramen mine. Yang is happy. And Sana Dr. Baomia says no persuaded by no galamsin a better so.
Okay. And you would a progressive manifesto, me boy.
That's more than progressive. And I even energy. Steph, you have the energy crown, energy. No, Steph, Dr. Baomia saw or the 2,000 megawatts. Of solar and about a barber count. I don't cry about my electricity bono, electricity a back form because and I'm saying a fuel, a power, ye my electricity no boarding. Okay, and so it's me we are a very reduced no I'm electricity a can of no a from a support house again for your son.
Because overcame about me plan is simple progress in Tigana for you so you may say good evening. But also good. I change you. But also great. But you a concept manifesto and I good.
Oh, and with the empire will be Sakasana. Open your student get your issue and yet. He said, oh, mine, ye boo mine. I'm paying for an museum. It is Akasande for the first in it. Only I can yet. Now, the toss me. I am say, I thought the other Yakrach was so high a cacra. Because but now I do one back camp phone in near man. By years, no, the Mimi is a Ghana, an Africa problem. Your school for come. School, I'm quiet. Once you be a mutin de boissy a ditchake good. You did 2 petru. Yadia be one brofo na mu musuai.
Almost here be almost there now. 21 and find your demand. They are on your own chat.
Machines bay. Machines bay. Yet,
machines be brain on the money and one hour. That's how to broach it.
Apostle Safo, Safo. What a Ghana. And Yama Wayan, one boy and care for you.
That's all one. Penny one.
I mean, back the Banya NPP enthusiasm and I make a CC. The time me ba ya catch for so no. And also be a sian the political way. He said all the only say no kwa no bejo no. Oh, I saw no engineers in here man over. Na be engineer be adwuma wo ne ya. What do you say yes engineer near a type. Yan fa no to. Etimi na
Dabi opening moto ama engineer akrate for na moto ama NPP.
Dabi. Any dey asem na mde kan.
Dabi no so opening I no really how can you are not fair because akrate for no papa no na sane wo ma bosu omdu wo ma ko school. Eju ko omo begina bato amo nto ma o moto ma NPP we ya. Eju do we focus to akrate you know.
Meba dey tell me ka say say internet here you see America for no mu yes ade no omu abai omu nya abai
na when infrastructure ni ma internet ni ye aduma
yes mebo cho omu ye no mde koye edu dia wo dia yan fa hono nto
there be open account to asema on any basis asema me for no omu ma na dey omu ko school wo wan to amakrachi ni wo ko fa ballot paper na wo nkrofo bebre wo so na wutim ye 30 year to about 1992 ya to am NDC ni MPP omo na wasa o question omo men question akrachi for no nobody has given them resources nobody has given them power nobody has given them any control what they are training us can kwan ye ni say na politician for 10% akrachi ni no nya den
wo dey yan fa no nto ina me yan fa no nto
yo
manufacture no e ya depa e bi say obi a wo si me free Italy am ban me obotaya me de ba ha eti eno ne me manifesto eti me ba na se niema no mitimi abi na mitimi nya bi eno nkire se de misusu ye nya ne matimai ye hwe wo ka America yesi a me hwe America ayi bebre wo ye bibi ti se drug dealer ewo America na o makwa besi na o muntumi eti nya de se wiase obi abetima ka problem wo ne mamu bi obetima solve wise eti efiri ba ko ne akomienu eti ono se madwina media bani ya sa adwene ye betumi aye ana ye ntumi de mimi wuni se ba o miansem o kan de bile ho enye sikasem se o mani ni sika ne de aye ebi wo ha eye o man no adwene a ye de bekoso se gold awo kan wasini ye nyina ya de se ye betu gold ni ya ye betu metu ni ya ma na bo o ma na ye nya usika de ma me fa America drugs beka ho ba bia sika wo de sisa wontime mra nipa ho da wo ya wodi usi kwa se de obi be fa ncha ba be fa bi eti sa niema na wo keka ni nyina bibi ti se koroshi asema no oken okoroshi na ebo o man no ba ba Europe ha me ka akwesi kwa ho na ye try me a mintia sika ma obi a bikotua no post office na ekwa aban ho eti aban ni nya sika de ye adwuma kuru believe say you kura ewe yo baby cry Fred Debbie ezi stafia baby a bass fan ko anu ukọ Google so a 1 year omutiminya more than 50 million pounds se obi a wafa ya fine no se ska omutiminya ekọ aban ho otimi de improvement ba ye no bibia ekọ no ai se ko nipa butum edi sa de ye odi abetue ebetima ye adwuma de ntumi enu nya sika ne akase ye ntumi nye wow eti ni nyama na waka odi na dwene aba ye fi se de ye betimi aka fa wo se papa ade ye a odi aba no ye hwe se wo ba wo beye na ni se ka se wo ntimi nye because one for bibia nsi wani so a wo be de akọ
okay and no fair point
na akọ wani ti ono se de me de aba ni eti se this for to obi no mbe ba na wo se de aba ni ya hwe ni mi enu nyina hu se ampa we de wo betimi aye ana we wuntumi nye yo na ye de atoto nti concept ne sa teni die na ye keka ndie me na me
see e kan yo obani de nka ma me na ase wo fa Jerry good evening Ofa Jerry so microphone ha ba jo me nti o
good evening Stefia and to say there
adom pa cho so e
na de yo adom mo boy juma
good yeah that's
tie fo nyina o mo etie ye afia ni ase edun ketia comment ne de me condemn as a senior politician I worked the politics here since 1992 for him to use that comment is unacceptable and yeah nice what na near fi among kasasa yes Obama in Colabinu Edwin my former Bekasa rough now when we talking about manifesto na fear problem back kakra me wo hone ye say yes say party manifestos now more creating. I have a problem with that.
Okay.
We have to come with a plan, say a national plan. Or minor manifesto, not the party manifesto, not NDC, not NPP, not Afifranto. Mon creative plan to us say plan when a year fast so they have it all over the America. What they say, Democrat, Republicans here were a manifesto. They don't have that. Say Trump Obama baby be one you know why year ya 2 years no adwuma no hunu so. Ko na no betimi nyebe oba ba bia Trump be free and honor Joe Biden best at free. No a fixing obeka ya tama COVID fufuru Trump obo no ka say ye ebinim ko no parazone ni ade na ho beto ni ade start screening. That is otrifanable on ohun ni eko. Oja hono Joe Biden best he's able to fix it and or stabilize it. That is what we call national plan. Some manifesto. If I have a big problem with that. Now, young koya semso. Obekaya last week me can say Ghanaians and Kasa per se no. If you the reason why I abufoni brew a so platform is no. It's all based on disappointment. Ghanaians have so much trust in NPP.
That is
I
true.
keep saying this. For a party to win over 1 million votes against your incumbent party or Tiabamu, near to be more million vote might be beaten. What that tells you? It tells you that the nation has that heart. Say, we believe in these people. When they come, they will do it. Yeah, what elite and the fuck can see Omuoma. Omani and for man in Shomusa. If you're buying, Oman to me and yet say. Adia manifesto here which I don't have with them kind of just a national plan cry. But Umiama be reading. To me, I think fantastic. If you listen to it, you'll be convinced. But the question I ask is, can Ghanaians trust them? Because Baumia has trust issue. Because of the former, the previous campaign message or the by promises. May your way. He on my lot of promises, they say no, the Brajiagu. So it's on the all kind of say no. I think say all try as a bargain, but now obi the sending me through PDF, and I was going through it. If only it can be implemented, more than fantastic.
Okay.
And that poor man, and your man back when I was saying.
Oh, fair you now, enjoy.
And your man back on an impa. But my problem I have right now, trust. Can Ghanaians trust Baumia said in some way can obey me a beye? Because
I don't know the big question now. They have to resolve it.
They have to resolve because this man have mentioned what can be a chance say. And the thing is, there's difference between a theorist and a pragmatic, a practicals. A theorist, they're all kind of time for book you if you are making a cosi. But the other mamia can I achieve the metimia as the answer I can resolve it. Can I solve this problem? No. Were you able to solve it? I want a question. Oh yeah, so I do send out to me yeah. And now
they say the challenge Ultrama Bauniani MPP for say. Almost answer that question. Can they be trusted?
Can they be trusted? Because this manifesto, anyone, but Obiano deal with that to anymore because a bad idea. Okay. Especially when it comes to Ubisas our question. Baby Oka said they are going to involve chiefs. Rural, in fact, I have a goosebump when I heard that, and I've read it. For him to come say yes, I one of the best. Mujans I said him for no regulate it. It is a mere Jerry me too me bo bisa say me betu galamsea. I have to go through the chieftaincy. You would the crobia or mamu. Would the cron never trust a cratchet. Okay, Ukrata band the amount self abaya jumane way. You are you people need the okay, say no. Ye near Bayaka say, I see a dead tiffin in Suonajano. A home corner mobet me a 2 gallons to Uchefai womani, Yachawushama, Koyajmao, O ya metra, or he never throw in fear, no become. And you know, for them to involve chiefs, it's one of the best. But the problem is, can it be implemented?
Yeah.
So what I said.
And the biggest, I think, and that is the biggest question so far. And I know your homework. That is their homework.
And Nana can agree with me because
I think maybe problem on say we have because we be authority and there must be accountability that comes with it. How are we going to hold these chiefs accountable? That is
thank you. That also come to play. That I agree with you.
NPP, this is where I'm on. I want to provide measures for accountability. No, so when they promise they share a manifesto, not come with the account say these are the accountability measures. Any process is not you know. Or you need to sue government, obey to sue local government, no, obey to me the maybe even committee no come the local court because every district be our judge. Yeah, the judge in the crowd come. Yeah, bar association a what region where the Mona was able to provide the answers to a Jerry question. No?
That's it.
Mona manifesto.
Now we see you say you guys are thinking like Ghanaians, but not partisan. Or man that on any party deal. One thing that Ghanaians should know, and NPP members are sympathizers. I can change my vote anytime. Because me read the Alan plan the Kutano. I was really moved by it. And I agree with Alan Tremantis Yodeba. That is why last time I can say, with all these ideas, Alan Kutano said, if Akufo-Addo would have allowed him to work diligently with Bawumia, and we won't go through this crisis. But then they see and he's now using that as an excuse. Even though Nami was bam, but I was a ghost.
Yeah,
I don't exist.
I like that. I mean, even though I was in government, I was a good. But this is the bigger question. Now, Wafajeri question is very, very important.
Yeah, as far as me it goes, I agree with the principle, sir. Our chiefs must be involved in our governance process because it can be delegated to them. They can control it at their local level. They will have more hands-on. They are closer to the action, and therefore proactiveness will be involved. And if he says it's a very effective way, but I think, sir, the implementation and the mechanism around that, we also know, so when you give people power and you don't control them, they become absolutely, they say power corrupt and absolutely corrupt. So as much as we are trying to give these chiefs more power or enhance powers, we must have a mechanism because we're going to be paying them for the work that they are going to do. Like you said, we're going to give them 11 allowance. And the taxpayer must be able to see how these chiefs also become accountable to us in terms of a chief doesn't become or they say a dictator in his territory and also use that power to even create more problems out there for the electorate. Intimifi said those are some mechanism, we will need to explain to the Ghanaian people how we are going to hold these chiefs accountable in this environment. If we're going to amend our constitution and as our section, so the next parliament must take note of the accountability mechanism as far as they are going to change our particular clause now or constitution. So maybe we can demand some level of measurements from and also output performance be from these chiefs in terms of giving them more power. But
the question about manifesto, whether it's a forward-looking or progressive manifesto or concept,
Yeah, Sister Fia, there's one thing person Ghana 40 years here. A manifesto is your plan. It tells you, say, these are the things that I want to do. So from onset, but let's also be mindful here, and that's what probably happened to us in our last election, right, 2020. As the NPP presented this manifesto, they are assuming that the environment will remain stable going forward. Even the next 4 years, another major crisis will be too. Now, manifesto promise. Will you come back and tell me, say, my failure without taking into context? So you see the assumptions, the implicit assumptions that we make sometimes that people don't necessarily, avert their minds to. Because you're assuming that this environment is going to be stable from now, everything is good, all other things being equal, like we say in economics. But we know that in life, things can happen, like things that just happen. If major events come and they happen and Ghana is unable to achieve whatever outcomes are in this manifesto, will Ghanaians contextualize what has happened within the period and evaluate objectively to say, oh, because of this so and so event, maybe that is why you could not achieve this outcome. So we must have that in mind. And I think that was the problem that Ken ran into when he said we were not going to the IMF, thinking that the environment will remain the same going into the future. But there are some things that no government can control. there are some things that are outside your control. So the assumption is that the current environment remains, there's discipline, and then we can go through all these things. The best can afford the team. It doesn't matter which party is it, whether it's the NPP, the NDC, because they are making this implicit assumption that the current environment will remain, but in between their government things could happen.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's be mindful about that. Now, may come as I see didn't get here, then the comments, concern. I feel say the NDC has not shown that they're a serious political organization, and I'll give you reasons why. Yet, Hanam na more NDC for best NPP for say, Mo amuko flag bearer a long time ago. Mo be you running mate, you mudi dede o kroma say NPP before, enko you running mate. As if say NPP before, sabi you or mo never late, ebe you or the saying flag bearer. They have time to use some be you running mate, or maybe you running mate. What you I'm NPP for no more. They are struggling to face Ghana problem. They be more thinking pressure dom so no. Or maybe you running mate or flag bearer. I bet you manifesto are launching opposition. What in opposition 4 years, 8 years. When to me number NDMP for any member launching manifesto.
Launching youth manifesto.
Youth manifesto was and I entered the from a major one. I feel about the catch us and what the catch a concert. Now,
but who need to say some person loopholes. It's strategic. This is election.
And the chance they are not thinking. And the chance they are not thinking.
They
can copy the actual copy the obit copy now obit they can copy and the downstairs said the home they can go and copy it. But I'm telling you, sir, send a signal to some other electorate and independent minded people. It make me say you are not a serious political party, you are not organized, and some attitude and attitude. So that's what the NDC they've shown clearly to independent objective. They are not really a serious organized political party, and it reflects in some of my money. Obi to also a concert on the now concert day. They do 7 December. Ghana for better who is serious and who is not serious. Yes, the man is here.
You're very well. Nana, I know. Good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fia. To begin with, OBCSC doing Ketia irrelevant. If you say much as the commenter see doing Ketia pass I do not think so. Also saying say irrelevant now. Right, because this is a banner. The statement back, it's me my NPP4 and make changes in the electoral way. Say 17 thieves. I confuse Nunsune Kuibako, Sassan is doing Ketia kind. And a cofa sa super delegate congress never NPP because they realize that such a person won't mean as well irrelevant. And I see didn't get access on the NPP move. You see, if Chema won't mean a bomunia munina casana say make sense to you, you don't describe such a man as irrelevant. You can disagree with him. So that is to begin with. So last Sunday, the NPP went there to launch their manifesto. The real manifesto in any Japadia document, we they just for shaggy reasons.
I'm telling you, there's nothing like a Japadia document. Yeah, in the media, there was some concerned media group that we've been fighting government on this Japadia because I come from a mining area and dancing the whole amount here. Nobody's doing it. Nobody can do it in Japan on behalf.
So it was an event that was occasioned by a mixture of theatrics and deceit and comedy. Now, Dr. Baumia say, I've taken time to read snippets of statements. Maybe we will commence the Cape Coast Airport as funding has been secured. We a recycled manifesto promise on kind of 2020. We ain't anything new or a product na no mako rebranding. We ain't anything new. Omuwe no mso mbesa idio Upper East. Say Upper East for mu timia omu nimu wo monhwe Cape Coast last 4 years a promise o canopy cribinsi. Dr. Baumia problem or Mr. Jerry Kaina. Dr. Baumia has this credibility litmus test to pass. On you be your cancer manipa jinidi and always show Merry Christmas. Just a cultural calendar so she says yes match a school for match pass. Dr. Baumia nyobia or cancer or jinidi too. Or say I will prioritize the construction of the Palugu Dam 2020 or to all be show so asempa. And so on one signature project or no from the north why also Palugu Dam. I had an idea in 2020 no also catch yourself about 2025 again Also, from the interaction with the people, the top 3 concerns of Ghanaians are jobs, roads, and the cost of living. Ahana Mahasam one. Jobs. Sa podium now, so nakiti se bibe jina hono moche chen troso anzo mekase. The NPP has already created 21 million jobs. This is a statement of fact. 21 million jobs. Ghana population, yes, I. In the much we are creating.
He gave us a difference, I see 2.3.
It is a day they say the is because I am not quoting anything outside the podium. The Akitesian kind of me quoting.
Do you have a video?
No video. No video, no. I have the video on my phone. I have the video. Me was appeal, yeah. And Prince David or Sensu Bejina Hoka said they are going to vote for change. Minim change you can wasem because of party na wabaim. To minim change you can wasem. And even the date in the crown, David or Sekwa will name date to Abana. And also then top 3 in about consider or say jobs. Jobs, non American can some say 21 million jobs. I feel I see roads. This is a man I will say, oh, the 1 Ghana card, any 1,000 interchanges to her, will be 1 Ghana card now. In interaction or have it with people, no. Acquire no more can was and Dr. Baumiano, to him, he would place premium on the Ghana card over interchanges. Again, or say cost of living. On one running mate to yin in Che, say, I want to buy Ghana Sunina. That was few hours before the manifesto launch, no. Or say, I want to buy baby, so Ghana, the so in one breath, the flag bearer say, on it for interactive, almost a hotel almost. Running mates say Ghana for 100 years, so say, there ain't Dr. Baumia say, Oba, Ghana League clubs, Nubiabinya bars, to me. I mean, these are the things I can't confront us. We are playing a league, you need sponsorship. Oko South Africa, team are Oreno, who is casting the Premier League of Ghana. These are the things you need to fix. And yet, some of these free promises, and on almost you say, and transfer now, almost kind of 2020 na to Ghana foot team. No, on say the war now one can wish I piaso. Oman who say Ghana for much and trona a to Ghana foot team na tomorrow. They are bringing out the same tactics. So we will be also be put on way no to scrutiny. And simply be on my unti. For instance, me can I cause say me can concept there. I wouldn't want to target as concept.
So what to be your description of the manifesto?
A recycled of same old failed promises now no macro rebranded their brain. And so also was this is the difference between their manifesto and Alan Chamartin's GTP. When they just rattled the promises as to how they are going to do it. No be or the 50 ministers one share which ministries are or be here from the rich of them. And Alan Chamartin then almost clearly no a hate solution no a hate solution. So if you are to juxtapose their manifesto to that of Alan Chamartin's GTP, the answer is very clear. Alan Chamartin stands tall. Okay. And I believe Ghana for now was next
week, next week you will show no so mama na asimona. Uncle Papa say we feel unti Uncle Papa say data. Mona pam so our approach. Mona say why?
But more France to lose France.
Euros. You bibiara. Send the number. But Uncle Papa say our friend Lindy Mehu. I didn't see your name.
But yesterday it was your birthday. I wish you happy belated birthday, and I sent you a message on Facebook as well. It's me for Edward Ed. My name is Ed. It will come there. If you have patrol, 1 second. Alex.
Okay.
Alex. Last Alex. Last week I came on the I came. This Alex. But you see, that is the problem. You don't know me. I don't know you. Don't assume that the fact that I'm on the platform with you. Look, some of us here Bible church, we don't talk about these things. So if you don't know me, don't say things that you don't know about me. Don't put it out there.
About last week data and because data then
oh, okay.
No, but because if you tell me, say, I'm an international student, I did my school. You don't know me. Look, let me tell you, nobody in Ghana including your piece of mind as a president. Nobody can take off me. I swear to God. I'm not joking.
I never said sir by me do
You said
I said
why, but you don't know.
Last week the way to make your point
more point in there. More point. Oh, yeah, Chado, but what I'm saying is you don't know somebody. Yes. Obia Bose, I said doing Katia. Mona, the reason why I menu agent when you're there. Okay, no, watch it much show. If you have a point, what will be a concert or Cheddar? Or Yaruba? Obi a concert, or Cheddar, I'll go and then you want to worry, and that is what it is. So why do you,
in the context of politics, you know, what why derogatory? If it's not you are not serious.
If you are any professor, Anna Pokajimana. And you mean pa Yamisi and Kano, you can miss for Ghana politicians on your politics, and people who not even have the Obian point to Mikasa because of politics in tea. Wouldn't to me, Abronye, everybody saying all sort of things about this woman. All of a sudden, NPP is now telling us there. One way advocates of decent speaking in Ghana. Obia can concept Otobian Wefu. One person, one question in Ankasan. In fact, this time around, going for.
How are you describing as question?
And one of that question, the biggest line in Ghana.
Forget about all propaganda and what I said. It's one friend them. Doom so nobody. Like doom so is a word in Ghana. It's also propaganda.
Let nobody come and tell I said you can say there what I concern. No, the man who don't watch again. Ghana for crazy boy you understand? I mean if you Papa Fidna, Mammy Figway, be a fancy pure. I will have a Cape Coast, I will promise him airports. I promise him Harbor. And yet in your next manifesto, you are telling me there airport funding has been secured. Moreover, Parliament is on recess. And for the funding, what funding are we talking about? Sometimes you need to give us some. Although was Obukaka wasn't as Ghanaians. Sebi, the Ghanaian you knew about 10 years ago, right now, or different. No, don't say things. Fine, you might on your promise. Then we can or your drink share. Whatever, but don't make it seem like they're by force. Or by force able to my.
As long as you are concerned, this manifesto is dishonest, is not truthful.
If cases your catching them irrelevant. Then will be seen as irrelevant. I went to UK at the shop kitty boom. They be an one corner as will be irrelevant.
Forget.
It is originally viewer as accept it or your concert party, concert or your Robeshe, it will be our platform that over that say look at a concert. And besides, I didn't even hear you say welcome to a concert or young Robeshe. But it's a joke. A good easy. Or is a good. We've had it before. It's no news.
Very well.
Get transformation plan and easy chief.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's it.
Text me, text me.
Text me. Okay.
Me say I want text me. You ain't doing come.
Because also texting I like to text in I. Yeah, what kind of why that's how politics is. I mean, that's the beauty of it. But about you.
Now I want to say.
I don't know say.
Great. I want to talk about our manifesto no more launching and run. We have been saying it in Ghana. Say Ghana doesn't need a manifesto. It's not going to help Ghana. We need a plan. So someone was arguing with you, say, manifesto no a plan. Manifesto is not a plan. It's a proposal. We're proposing what the actual one, but the plan no, is what Ghana need right now. Right? So even if Ghana no see our plan crampa and you are drafting your manifesto, it has to be in line with the plan that the country has. But in some part of Ghana, an insult to them. Why am I saying that? Monarch explain it. The people of Cape Coast, who can also be airport, you busa who for those who are carry. Also anka so be see. Also anka so kan bisa. Akufo-Addo kan. It is all about me also we can in the future na. I mean, yet me fa Ghana for adwene endi agro na ochena ya dada omo ne we ya kan say na we ya kan say emboa Ghana. I'll talk about the tax on betting no. And so. Why is all about abolish tax on betting? Now it's a who encourage laziness in the country. Laziness now we encourage. US has say so when it bets, even gift grant podia a tax. Betting 10% to 37% in the United States. And a tax. And the obed abolish betting on tax and they use in the guab thing. Obi walk out you macron ya question betting site one ma obesha on mama de action on pie. A while not because him so be debate. Now I one tax in the end and one over ye didi. Our brain so bit me akwakoye adwuma bi. Ghana, you can say Germany Ghana, but Ghana individuals no more Ghana now we lazy. A laziness nature with it. And I am most of the Ghanaians. And the politicians never be na platform so no more promise so more building castles in the air for them now. No money a J no more yo e beto am.
Okay. Into first time manifesto where building castles in the air.
Oh, they are just building castles in the air. But Omiano or Kasama Ghana for the do na sheda engineering.
Okay.
Ghana for the do na sheda engineering. Well losing the value. But Omiano e nim no value na ne kura ne first no. Well lose value no. Share NPP enipa mienu omo ko a leading party right now for Baomiane Napono. Share the substance in it. Share Dr. Aliu Mahama. Let's share Akufo-Addo. Let's share Baomia. That time in 2016, that time I know in the running meeting. Share value and the womb. Then they share fato to home.
Value number form.
Apart from Obia Jomuni. Obia Jomuni. So what I say. And Baomia also can say or say illegal mining also by any day.
Or be regularizing. As you know, the NDC NPP the same strategy is different. No, they are be regularizing or now. But NPP for there will be a committee that will approve the mining concessions, which will be made up of a handful in the district assembly. Not it won't be done in Accra anymore as it is now. Yeah.
So what's in here or so kind or 2 for kind. Or so any be any honma galamsey because the area when him. Or any be any honma when him say ye 2 galamsey or say na menya aware of it. What do you mean call Obiasa so I call go 2 mine or bra or no or honenya aware? The law is already there.
But being aware is one thing, and having the power to stop them is another thing. Law in 1960, no, the chief cannot stop a mining concession. The concession is done in the ministry. That is the existing law, no. Well, that is the law in Kumedijaya. All the minerals in Ghana is vested in the president. 1968 Minerals Act, no. Mineral be including Isiokra baby is vested in the president. Only the president through the ministry has the power to grant any concession. Or he be to me have granted concession. So the chief is only aware, but he cannot grant. It's granted in Accra.
Okay. If you
so that's what the parties thing in Accra say. That's what all of them want to change.
And he's talking about regulating it. Until who be regulating no. Also was gold for oil. Who gold or men wow 2 gold I bet me the IABB or honor. Or they call aquaji oil. Yansa Ben was idea with him.
So Alex, so I encourage you to read because it's not as simple as that. The issue is $100 and a quarter your crude oil because who's Ghana? Yeah, crude there.
Oil.
That's what they are doing. That's what it means. Almost ton gold, no, the gold, no. Instead of dollar, no, almost the gold needs to crude oil.
What sense does it make?
So that the dollar exchange rate affected, that's what it means.
Sell your gold, make your profits, use that money to buy the oil.
Yeah, all selling gold. Now, gold is subject to international gold price, which is not determined by Africa. It's determined on the international price. And you know, Sikana bet me about $20, not $10 million to be do Ghana and exchange rate. Not Sikana half wash it. See, the idea is who the gold debate ya You know, keep it dollar no mum so that the fluctuation will be stable. That's what you read the document.
Who is the head of the economic management team?
Well, and then we know me.
No, but we are the head of the economic management team.
We are talking about the manifesto.
Dollar, not say yeah. Why are you complaining?
Okay.
What do you mean, no? So I just say, until we are all can. They be brave. Oh yeah, yeah. The man I want to me. They need the right people to help them.
Okay.
Very free.
Very well.
No, I mean, because I'm time be break aside, Mr.
Because people around the person when you can read the document so that you can do.
Free trade ministry or free ornament. You are better ornament. So when you are Alan Chamati free NPP government. And NPP government any go as quality the form in the NPP government right now. And then yes, move follow Alan Chamati GTP the great transformational plan no. So mu di eche na mo hwemu a and na plan e betimi aboa Ghana e de Ghana akoba bi. Na nya manifesto sa ye church na we abeka we na we abeka we. Nti me da se pa.
You very well. And I think your kind plan. Ghana our plan. I think President Mahama time no more 40-year development plan. It was done by NDPC, but Obi Aba on campaign Jumas auntie. That's where we are. Mr. Rasa, so good evening.
Even if you're not saying
I do want to also
Boko. See Wednesdays now Wednesdays the program. Wednesdays does the program come on?
No, Wednesday we are for break on Wednesday, so we just do it on Monday now. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, because last week
I only say Wednesdays. I don't know, exactly. Maybe we will bring it back on Wednesday, but
I think I wanted to join last week Wednesday, but it
on Wednesday. I'll see if we can bring it back on Wednesday too.
Yeah, going back to what Siedon Ketia kind of if I don't know how people saw it, the scenario of it. We went around me free a job and better my laptop a chair, me share the omoyeno. It was a little bit funny to me, you understand? Because it's like as a dear go be Ghana, me bisana mobile Ghana, the youth. Because looking at what Baumian was saying, it's not different from what he said years ago. Even with dollar rate, with even giving cars to drivers at GPRTU. So okay, so or the momo. Did he give any cars to the commercial drivers? So I saw the car. No, I think
the cars my GPI to President Rollins. I think President before before there was a section that was given to her, but President Rollins did well. Over to GPRT for.
And with the money looking a little bit concept to me, I was just laughing because as a yakasane ya we just clap our hands and that's it. We go home to sleep. And it was a little bit funny to me, say, so what's the direction of the country going? Because we're vice president, now campaigning, and I saw somebody write on Facebook say, are the NPP campaigning to take over from NPP of or more performance or my performance and also change because it's quite a paradox. Until the more say me sometimes I get confused because now I don't know better now my speech, or no government now almost they say no person be changing and I just say everything is confused and it look concept to me. For me, say I go be near and I go Baumiano, he doesn't have any credibility with even with dollar rate issue and then is something that was very particular about it. Because if the economy or if the
fundamentals, if the fundamentals are with the exchange rate
to expose you. But a true 10, that was then. And it looks like as a joke because theory you could school a chain level 100. It's still the theory today. Level 100 theory a chain 2003. Oh, university and all take the same theory will have be a and then it changing when the years and government change. It means sometimes it's just mind games. Mimi who be an mind games among. And it's unfortunate say you penny for no organ and not to disrespect them. I say I so conservatives with me free Ashanti region to NPP. Me free I say to NDC. We don't change our mind. Me saying Kapaumia or UK and US. I want them the Trump and Tuabana fan so. Sabina come the bay.
Oh, but I don't think you said that.
No, let me tell you.
No. I don't think you are saying that.
Cecil.
There is no justification. You don't want to court to convict you or sent you to death. Yes, sign it. It is always converted to life.
Do you know?
David, what do you because you try and what Africa baby is America for. Look at how the entire America say, and I do not say see at Joe Biden from the Oval of baby, Oval Office of the White House. Say the whole American even though they're Trump.
But let me tell you the reality on the ground. Listen, do you know how the NPP has caused people in Ghana? If I tell you my friends are on travel because of the economy, I had friends that were bank managers. I had friends that were managers of institutions. Right now, they are doing warehouse in UK and in Canada and US. But Ghana for the penny for no, penny they don't speak
Wow,
the
so
truth.
kind of crazy. Wow, so kind of crazy.
Let me tell you, if you I'll always speak the truth. NPP government with 2016, I was fully NPP. Looking at where I was coming from. I'm a Kumasi guy, born in Ashanti region, and my memo, NPP, 2017, and I stopped following NPP because I'm kind of crazy. I realized it. Say, look, power. They were doing the opposite of it. Corruption. That was the first thing. If you are corruption, they are quite on it. Galamsey, they are quite on it. But we are all human beings. We've gone to school. We went to the university. They told us, say, A, B, B. We did content analysis. Obi Korea de. Abai Munipao. Or Galamsey. What you know, but they don't say anything about it. They keep quiet and they enjoy. You can who's cow will be passing. Till today, we own the Asanakusi.
The law is very interesting. You see, almost the guy will be in party. The question is, Usikaira. So you have to establish it is stolen money. It's easy to establish cases in court. I want to about some of the things that we do. The law is very interesting.
A national cathedral, a GG Pentecost, Methodist, I want some say.
Okay.
It's not as such. And it seems we are not saying anything about it. By your own penny for Ghana, they need to speak up.
Okay. Well, we have to speak.
Yes. And I will come.
So don't like the narrative say one penny for we have to speak.
If you are all Casa
no.
Now, I know what this whole cup. You make Papa one job because he more there, but when you go to abroad, when the kids are telling their dad not to be silly, no, is it insult?
Okay.
When you go to abroad,
Papa say they should be silly. But who also talk.
Truth is bitter. Oh, kind of yeah. We know our culture.
Okay.
Yeah, no credit once you kick off and China, we do a penny and cancer move in a kind of.
But sister, what we are talking to other don't owe us anything. We owe ourselves to speak the truth.
If you are the truth of the matter is Ghana, within the past 6 years, Ghana, what NPP government has put people and families through with money and banking issue. If I tell you what has happened to people, that people are suffering abroad, you weep for people. So Ghana no policy we are doing the as and conform you no interview first. Now me hear the woman say kasana me say.
But sister,
you know the number of listen, you know the money amount of money people have lost because of this government. And doing websites and
your point is made. Was a concept or no support it good
evening.
Good evening.
And another your birthday.
Oh,
Who's that birthday with my wife? Or
Oh, that's nice. Oh, okay. Oh, that's nice.
Sister, yo, Machanama. The Americans say, you're fair to say, you didn't say a said in Katia, there be a or can't and them
describing how you see the manifesto.
Me who manifesto as manifesto of hope for Ghana. Me who know as manifesto of hope, bold decisions, and yeah, now I'm on for criticizing and say, yeah, okay, 2016 or 16 about the dollar rate, and it's probably and can to me a containing dollar, but the external factors I buy it and banning yes, sir. UK before COVID, exchange rate, and I said your interest rate is 0.25. The highest I now call is 0.5. After COVID, I call 5.25% from 0.25%. Some factors affect COVID never affected the whole world. Because Ghana the NCO papa, among who say NCO papa, but Ghana is not an island of its own. It depends on other who imported near China before no container say it was about 3,000. Even UK now 20-footer container or the Ghana it's I think it was 1,200. She said then I'm bare 6,000. So no.
And then I'm 6,000 for a 40-footer container.
Yes.
Wow.
And say by to me, but external factors no we need. Oh no. They say where your plans come say and see but you don't control nature. You don't control the external and Ghana is not an island on its own. And see, Ghana depends on other countries.
Okay. Woman views about manifesto.
Views about if for instance the gold for oil and not oil for gold, what started at that? Why it's extended to other areas? To gold, what can see your reserves? 8 tons. Within 5 years, it cost 17 tons, more than 100% increase. Oh no. And the assessor Ghana for you say, that hope say it is possible. See that possibility mentality no. I know na beboy ama or man akọ anymore. But because of say your person way back power and say Sadian credit say Papa Crano, they train withdraw just say young per se your best support. And I say you say between something like digitalization. It's already in place. And I say or extending on. BB to say solar energy. They've already started. Also by expanding on.
Okay.
There's going to be an expansion. And employment, yes, lady no can say no, read this at 21 million. Yes, I heard say 21 million. And to kind of the Ghana population cry say and way a mistake.
Okay. The combine or 2.3.
Yes.
I think 2.3 or
2.3. But now me feel say girl no become 2.1. No count 21 million.
Okay.
Which is no government can create 21 million jobs.
I also a progressive manifesto. Ibrahim Michael, good evening.
Even Steffi, I'm passionate for my official panso. Steffi, I'm on tentem. You know, good for oil, no? Saudi Arabia, almost 2 oil, right? Country 2 oil, bia, almost serious bia, no more the oil, no more na chichi, or mukro na Ukraine. Dubai, almost the oil na chichi. And you say, who will go there? Now, who go to in Essex? Metisem review, your president, no, I say, go there, land name, vice president, I mean, over trillion of dollars and the land name. Common sense, but you also bet me monetize this gold way. I change this system. You don't need to get the gold as a now all the aqua bro for no de bia now all the exchange and your may free on Saudi Arabia near oil.
I think that's what he was saying, no. Doc number I no can you. Also on betu no the gold na ye djuma.
Omutu actual gold no and echo. Right? But over to me, I'm man for the whole thing is say in reas no UK US omunya near my warm land no omu quantify who neboa you can do proper way I'll be to me so they are just carefree baby but I didn't know form so I say enti honum no me person major na me manifesto
because two different things. Nti they can boom by two different things.
That be no I don't need different. So I'll go for oil no good for oil no. Different but me make a different thing say yen excess of gold that you want your assassin no. Yes a gold no enough to develop country no. Than say you two gold no every blessed day be dey come abroad for no. Na country ni mo lose. But yes to say into this Saudi Arabia or Dubai ni or oil.
Yeah, but I said you no comprise no ya mo to mobo cause omo oil no mutu no. Nigeria plan do one campus Ghana. You go you
Stevia menka oil minim so what the American asia me see yen gold that you want no.
No, 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 companies no mutu go no.
No, I don't know. They and then Stevia, they always discover you can say go they go assassin him no and no companies no.
Put it in perspective, master. Your gold now you want you're 2 over 100 years. 90% of the gold mining companies now are foreign companies. Omutu gold na no de ko. That Dr. Sako de ba can say in 4 years. Gold companies no more Ghana and to me make $48 billion. No more de ko.
And no ye de o me make ka de yen tu ye you go so ye de me ma. Minim say what the American asia.
And also a doctor ne be kan ho asem how they want to monitor or see 8.1 million be no kan ho asem.
Okay, all right. And yes, if Stan Walker it makes sense. Me honum na ne den me fo so say omu sase ne entwen enko honum no. Say ye be make sika afrim na ye de japade ni nye eche. Ma me nko manifesto no so ya manifesto no niam 3 a me feel say me te ya 1 nanado eka say obema you can say light boy ayefo Baumia asaka the same thing obema light boy ayefo necessary promise na nanado man ye no omo ntumi anye dey ama na anye for regardless say economy no ye din we ye mro and ye nyemasem de nanado kan ye no omo ntumi anye 2 nanado ka say omo behwe say bedum be yi MCs by election Baumia say repeat his statement you know say or better try me MCs for you can say election, which means a no more to me answer any day. I'm an anye me point in and say yen no so abeka bebre. Me point in and say if that is the case there, then next there be an Ghana near DA agrona assembly na what I can me very fair. You know, say Ghana for yen shasi anti politicians, you know, advantage of them we will continue to suffer. Free SHS nanado ne deba is a very good thing. Se nanado ahanoma asetina na yewo mr fia no example na mema yo nanado ehwe wo ma uko SHS ni wie ya necessarily enche se nanado ne ye onyankopon kwan be na abefa so abe re university ene yesa wo sha ase adwen ho why na betumi abo me re university is it party A, party B or party C and yet they would do call you know because when you can't say when situation emma political parties you know or no or be pass or bury it is a who individuals now individuals no say you better take advantage of politicians nibi not to be a be more at the same day we ya breya we will continue to lose say do baby near waboa no say if only more afufro be the mawa you have to let the person go never more free baby for fro this is the crime debate.
Okay mama na Michael say member free SHS share the obaboa ko university na next year ambacho good evening so be o microphone am say wadum no aha mbacho yenti o sa won ye de
Yami adum na so way
adum
okay me no me kakra me kan afa manifesto and I say yes a concept and I say progressiveness. I think that nimmienu nyina irrelevant. At the end of the day, you know, and yet say sabe obidie say a concept na wama entremu and I say a progressive now I didn't show but sending for na aka akono. For a long time no maybe be some won say democracy no you call democracy say you benya bibi you had be tumpon say see how we ask ne kono obi age tum say democracy no na the best system of governance you are saying bisa won say you started 1992 you call referendum the bar election 1993 abepem sambre you know democracy you know as compared to various system of governance now you want no military near there no what is the main difference first near say nipa kuoke to bi and now omo enrich omo ho nti na bi no kra be di ti owuye ebi nso beje I say almost why yes I nipa ku na ebe ya de omo ho be ye say okay ye nso ye call democracy and obi agi to mu say democracy na ye mu bia ewo Ghana in fact we are saying no omo ton am obi aso ton by force democracy no me no me to me say any system of governance na as I say be wo honom na say wo ye nsoshe kra wo school kra na wo do ba bia wo ye nsoshe no wo say be nia wasua na aboawa na aboawa du sen yenya betena no ma na kasa every 4 years bia na abeka na yekeya sesia no sabe every 4 years bia na obi ade aba na obeka na obi afre na waka na obeka na yeko na aba na assign we repeat the same cycle biem sa too much democracy na aboa na sesia Ghana no upe two party na abeje abosu sesia wenumba no ma beka omo de no moko wenumba no ma beka omo de wo frɛ na wo ba benya heart attack wo ho no so what Ghana wo abutro then na democracy na ayama make akosi say yes leaders I also see say for also ya okabi leaders who are the leaders ne sabe omo fi hell na bae and also omo fi Kosovo na bae omo ye Ghana for omo ko school Ghana ebi akwa abrochire aba afemwa na omo be leaders no so leaders ne ye wo enemy
But when you see a Obama particular people, how they disagree. Leaders say no. We give power to a party. That's what democracy now is about.
Manifesto or man, and now first no. You deba Mahama no man say EDC for be national development plan or also I didn't know one implement it. One more I didn't know one implement.
It was a 40-year plan. So I'm going to mean 40 years.
No, I'm implement here there. I'm implement here.
They started. So part of it, was captured in their manifesto.
Oh, but I know I'm okay. Manifesto. What do you mean? Okay, at Tamil's time, and on the buy, me professor at school, was a member of it. Adubuga first Okoye secretary for Mahama. He was part of it. And you know, when Brasso, at Tamil's in Brasso, other than Mahama buy one implemented, now Ekufu I don't know so almost implemented. It's I don't know more implemented.
Now 40 years, are they better implementing in 10 years?
A step of thousands. A miles begins with one. 18 so or start here or no they buy or start here. Anka, you bet me hold the NPP responsible say or shas and other number to us. You brought a thing, you never even implemented it.
Okay.
So what I'm saying in it said, Nami Pachan in it said, yea as citizens, no, yea and your bear leaders, no, and I also be home, Miss me be home, say what our little corner no. Then I prepare for that leadership now.
Okay.
So, Sabi, who Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be babe any passport. Now only Goro boy be Asha home. Echinana why resigning no wako constituency. Financial bombing no wako for election. You've prepared yourself right from the beginning. Ministry of Foreign Affairs to accept bribe. A better than I say uko parliamenta Manasseh Buki, the president that we never got. A better than a parliament, bribe.
Okay. And I think your point is made. Say yes, your contribution. Yeah, In fact, I think Nibana Mansota can the followership. The leaders come from us. Until free space, no cohort. I think that's the point that he's trying to make. One is about your good evening.
Good evening, Sister Fia. Belated happy birthday to you as well.
Thank you.
First and foremost, let a few things be about some of the you can say me fellow participants. A lot of them, I think the one or two said, it looks as if the NPP campaign they are doing it as if they are coming from opposition, or they are doing it like as if they want to, NPP want to win power over NPP. But one thing people forget is in 2008, NPP got complacent. They thought that President Kufuor has done a lot of monumental things. It would definitely translate into what? Electoral victory.
Okay.
The end result, complacency was key. And going into 2024 elections, all come up, even look at at that time, how people took NPP, President Kufuor achievement in Yano. And me fan say Kufuor, even at that time, to say, bank free. Bank were chasing customers for loans. And translate into electoral victory. Then come to 2024 and the backlog of issues were back from unemployment, from COVID, Ukraine war, from all excesses in government. Na ose sayaba na one campaign na free say automatically menya sure say it will have been any campaign strategies we are going to a bigger elections on the advices are. And the people to accept to say the NPP campaign team have seen say we don't want to be complacent, so let's do as much as effort that we can put in. That's correct. And to do as much, because all relax here, your opponent is coming, and who want to win power? Sorry, who want to lose power? And the Oma fan say, Omunian people should accept to say it is even in itself, a man this is so kura and say, hey, now omo government team, if they are doing this in this way, what should we do? And also crab so I'm my double effort. Even we should applaud NPP for even giving this campaign, refining it, making sure say now they are explaining themselves what they think they have done, the thing they could not do, and all those things. And maybe a more divergent opinions and debate. And I think at the end of the day, going straight to
the manifesto.
Yeah, the manifesto. I think some interest in some key areas. But now one sector, growth, how to stimulate growth. Or can some be 4 or 5 or 6. I think a lot, but there may be person do our own. Or can flat tax rate, or can tax amnesty, and or can me find say pot cancer duty so they be equity like ours like Lomi and oka HME bank and oka back on no where then me refi also me refi the well use you say local use as a bibisa I think say be or say no na say mo ye mo Ghana ho na say me fan say mo pese to say smaller companies per se or more at Ghana there will be the Ghana companies will be offered the first point of purchase.
The first right of purchase and I feel okay.
Into a can be so our purchase I think that when you start from the flat tax rate here, it has been explained in detail. The question becomes we've all accepted that the Ghana tax system is too complex, and it's always sometime Emma. Funny say individuals here or more individuals, and like even companies require they struggle, and because of that, and to catch it. A lot of people, and to the few people ne woman, and yes, squeezy almost and to a government in the needed capital and going back.
In your view, no, are these good policies or not?
Of course, sisters, yeah, I think an intelligent woman like you, I think that you know it. It's a good policy.
A general discussion, so it's not just to me. Say, you'll be expressing your opinion about manifesto.
Okay, good. I think that if I got it wrong, I'm sorry. But what I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is that it's a good policy in itself because what's the thing cancer is growth strategy.
Okay.
And the growth strategy be any idea back up and you stimulate growth. Tax exemption is one key major boost to ultimately stimulate growth. And in terms of this, and what they are trying to do is say, one day give the tax up and link it up to flat tax rate, and link it up to tax amnesty. The tax amnesty is in such a way, say, obi biya what they can. Now, yet will be biya. And now, the system knows about all the system link the GRA system into the Registrar General Department because the PIN number and also link it up. And it's a small.
Your point is that capture
exactly the case.
Maybe more out.
Yes, and now the Nipana ye betima target to for tax purposes, and also you see the point. At the same time, now more can SME banks, and this is also critical. Almost say SME bank and
you are repeating yourself. What can SME bank?
No, I heard the name can tax amnesty.
SME bank, no, you said it.
Now make a flat tax, make a tax amnesty, and I make a my friend and my back. You can say SME bank or na make a meaning the SBA because what they were trying to say is under the SME bank, they will set a specific bank here, specifically for Ghana, small bourgeois, yes, because so call Acope loan the traditional banking system now. A very cumbersome for Webra. And a boss a druba be cry, you will be a wa. Sabi, Pepredi, Yananimo, be a trader. Sorry, or tontos, or ton, ya can mobile binenso, ebia a plantain, but all me a bank account. And this will bank or Bosia bank. Now to unfund Saturday way. It be a business registration. First money in Emra. And
so, the idea is SME bank in the facilitated Bodia for no.
Good. And then also there.
And then I'm only being charitable. One would say it be so awesome. But next week, a bit more time. But what about Mama meet you?
Well, I'm intimate in Kasakasi. The American say, the American catcher Ghana for you and say, Mama, positive. Now, said the manifesto about the Paomi Adibai, so Ugo Mutra is good. It's very good. But Adibakwa, as you see, one NPP Nibi Beka, Ibi Kaika say, in some more anima about me, Nadia Bay, when in Nim Dibisi Watcher. And it said the name be Obek Sebia 4 years ago, or Castle Beya, all of a sudden, you are Danny Gutu ya, and Nam name be the Nipa, we forget Nema a see. So, and I ye treat ye cumuta. Now imagine say, port, maybe a window sika, iffy, not shut it down. Sikabia ma, Ucha what is cat. Sunday many in our honor. So, and I never born my car, even though near what they are by crying. It could be Sabia, maybe you don't know tomorrow. So, Abia said yes, a money, yes, but so and Kumana been Moka. Said they see NPP for D any see them market no yen who musa what happened so it never go on my I said ye share you may be here and yet me aka and I want things that the Baumia eka ama manage ho ba ko who say wo hwa abrabo yi no onyankopon pressure ehwe wiase ase start from family in this year is a family then community town and the city so nti ade bo ma okra me dey say me dey come down to like family it's the last me me dey fato na me fa be na o ka say obema private private for private investors abeboa Ghana development. For example, maybe you have a family, so you have to feed them. But one can also what you man no any scare ba. Osha accommodating the consta enso muso. Nti so wotimi di ebi obi bana wo for dia ba say of the form ban na kwetena. They try and say ombema wadiswa eso ai kakrama. It is a bien so if I drew this level. Na kwan enhome. Ya hwe so kakrama. Na be drew say you have a briefing space. So it's all these things and I say my private sectors in Ibama it give a briefing space.
Okay.
It give them time. And the number one ma baby I'm wanting to make a sadu.
Okay.
Baby here, why?
You that's baby. Nana, good evening.
Good evening, Steph. Yeah. Just in Uncle Padu Biaboko, Yamia Dumo.
What can I say?
Because every US.
You, and I ain't you.
Wait a Kakrana Medesos, me trying to tell me himself, Mreko Bebre. A fan Dr. Baumia, a manifesto, I'm not can I think that party be a manifesto, a war, but the problem I want to say implementation. Said the work can in no. Obetu ho na more there yesterday why day waka no ana say obe ni saying because say nanado ba ye nanka one kantima me sure say nka free SHS no kran kontimi nge but because and then no ne ni main but I oba intina o hwe so say obe den obeye NDC for say I think they say crowd omo just 24-hour economy ni crack because Ghana for take buse some questions I feel the say no and some more keka no say be bebre nya dey emfa ntimeti odi na medwon say enti NDC for anwene ho say bi o regions e wo Ghana nyina ye bibi wo ho eba no like farming communities commodities bia offer Asante region obetmenya cocoa ho nti you never thought to say bia and ye be bia cocoa factory Asante region now a big factory now I employ for no my the factory will run like 24/7. I remember say Mahama time almost say a Commander Sugar Factory. So they couldn't even bring it to boss say okay, Commander Sugar Factory be beam near Francophone and also running like 24/7. Then that excuse me kitty no more say back be a metal crowd say obet to Kwabedu Ghana around 2 a.m. crabby for food. I'm like, yo, hold up. Then I work in fufu.
I think it was just an example. I know much I say like there will be commerce, there will be commercial activities.
But Stevia, I say comic because all the Indian grand fans say why they do fufu around 2 a.m.
Why people do fufu around 2 a.m. though? But it's just an example, you know.
But anyway, to the American say Dr. Bama you need emuye, but yeah, say Nyame na do it me ba obetimi ayede ejina na so implemented the wide what can nyina and my last point the part is if ya me bagana I think say early this year oh baby na extortion na cost why airport what there e frade me free inside OPA no ma spending like 1,000 Ghana cedis. It's so crazy. Like they almost making it in a way class a bear harassment. That's one man cry why I'm from so say BBC and TV is almost to boss mine. Baby I knew is my yeah ba easy. Stevia. easy.
Tourism.
What you say? Na the way on bebu sa no krampo no uni bia lady back dem say o mama ya jimi hu sika nyina o say esewara like esemara say but anyway
like to give anybody anything.
Sa
No,
and yes ra wo mo yes ra wo mo say omo nto omo boss ma enim say system ma yedene ba yedene o ba bia and na ha nyina ya groceries bu aye den easy but because adwuma no won na obenya bia ye ntino ene ma say ye komu ye dai adwe kakra ntinka adwuma wo Ghana na obi anya bi ye nso de na is that one thing say me free kono good ma say na me krom no I am say it too good and Quran too good at a tender ages into omo musika just like 100 meters away from the main town obi be iron rod company or any cement omompe they still want to go do the galamsey. Yes there be omonye yes say every day be ma ka 50 Ghana cedis no omo say sharp and the transam say into 50 no okay kabuma within a month no you talking about 1500 Ghana cedis. Na adi na osika we sharp because galamsey no okona was about mere good when they wait many more than that into no sometimes we youth no because of yakum sikantem into no yam value sikaketwa inti a big canker but yes you be holding penny for accountable na me sure say the way Ghana e consider o kan no ye jire wo mo a BPN sign beba enye sisi amon but definitely minimum sense sign beba nti me da mu nyina mo ase nyame nka mu nyina mo
na we do to aso camera no I think ye omota ye ombe steady
ebeboa because
yeah, because I agree with you. It's bad. It's putting Ghana in a bad light. But thank you so much for joining. Mr. Thank you. Why? You've been on. Thank you so much. But this is a crust, at least a summary of what Baumia was saying. We must continue to push your politicians. No, NDC NPP no Ghana kunya so ajeje tax manage. Let's push them to force them to think outside the box. Said your muye, this is election 2024 is promises overload. Promises overload. Will be a promise. Beyond the promise, making sure say they will deliver. Because Jubilee. Obia to me Jubilee without us. They are going to Jubilee because of us. And we need to squeeze them to make sure say Udru Honoma, they will do exactly why they were there. So this is about me. I mean, production team, Mr. Kojo Hansen, DOP, DJ All Black, OKFM team, no, High Life Radio, Kings Jersey Radio, Nasfa Radio, Kuku Spencer, any team, and Papa Media, Bigachu FM. Thank you so much for giving us a wider platform. And the issue no crime boss, Dr. Father Dixie endorse it, or the issue ne do New Jersey, ne idea will be her issue. Over me, and then my feel. Oh no, can they be as the issue is here to stay. Any Dr. Bacchus, issue is here to stay. Issue no, Dr. Father Dixon or the Drew America or no one can say a cheap producer. Oh, enemies of technology. Then I have a black check. The technology kakra will be used into a brody bay into a issue. And for your child, the name a boy you reference what the Mayamo technology. You chunk of 4 of TikTok into a brunty. Oh, if you pull him down,
Lower tax regime with broader coverage to stimulate greater economic activity and generate more revenue to the state.
Attention of the Electoral Commission. In July, they asked parties to bring their hard drives so that they could give us a copy of the provisional voters register. The exhibition of the register starts in 4 days. We should have received registers by now so that